Chapter 1: Shadows of Power. I sat on the dark wooden throne, the weight of my lineage pressing down upon my shoulders like a shroud. Shadows danced across the cold stone walls, flickering and swirling, as the pulsing light of the Crimson Grimoire illuminated my face with its malevolent glow. My hands trembled on the armrests, betraying a tumult of emotions that swirled beneath the surface, threatening to escape. The room, once a sanctuary of whispered secrets and foreboding knowledge, had transformed into a claustrophobic prison, my sanctuary becoming a spectral stage where the sins of the past came to perform. As I surveyed the dim chamber, my gaze fell upon the grim reminders of my heritage. The walls, carved from ancient stone, bore witness to the legacy of the House von Albrecht, a legacy steeped in necromancy and the weighty silence of death. The flickering shadows stretched and twisted, reflecting the silent swirling turmoil that churned within me. Here, in this hallowed hall, I felt the ghostly echoes of my ancestors linger, as if their cold breath was urging me to surrender to the darkness that enveloped my bloodline. The throne, imposing and gilded, offered little comfort. It felt like a cage, an intricate web of expectation spun around my being. My back remained straight, a vestige of dignity, though my heart raced beneath the surface, each beat echoing with trepidation. I couldn't shake the feeling that every gaze within this room was both an observer and a judge, scrutinizing my every breath, my every hesitation. In the dim glow of the grimoire, its crimson pages whispered secrets too tantalizing and terrifying to resist. I shifted my gaze to the book on the nearby pedestal, its crimson light pulsing steadily, casting eerie shadows that wrapped around me like creeping vines. It was both a source of power and a reminder of the cursed path my family had paved. The necromantic arts flowed through my veins, a duality of fascination and fear. I could feel the tingle of the magic deep within, sparking to life with each throb of the grimoire. As the silence enveloped me, I grappled with my past, my education in the art of necromancy, and the suffocating politics of nobility. I had been molded, sculpted by expectations I had not chosen, thrust into a role that suffocated my spirit. My youth felt like a mere footnote to the grand narrative of death and power that surrounded me. I longed for the freedom to explore the world outside, to chase the sun instead of delving into the dark. But the whispers remained, soft yet persistent, urging me to embrace my fate, to yield to the legacy that pulsed through my blood like a living thing. With each glance at the book, an urge ignited, a primal yearning to unlock its mysteries and wield its might. I could be the conduit of shadows, of forgotten souls, yet the very thought repulsed me. I feared what lurked beneath the surface of my desires, afraid that surrendering to such a calling would betray the compassion I had fought so hard to nurture amid the darkness. As I sat in stillness, a creeping dread enveloped me. The shadows began to shift more violently, pulsating and melding into grotesque shapes that played on the periphery of my vision, each flicker a reflection of my own insecurities. My heart raced as a primal instinct swelled within me, a knowing that whatever awaited beyond the veil of this room held both profound promise and insidious peril. I could sense the change in the air, a whispering anxiety that heralded the approach of inevitability. And so I closed my eyes for a moment, taking a breath, steeped in the chill of mortality, allowing it to invigorate my resolve. The past beckoned me like a ghost yearning for a voice, but I was not merely a vessel to be filled. I would shape my destiny, carve out my path through the chaos of magic and obligation. Yet, before I could solidify this resolve, a heavy oak door creaked open, the echo of the latch releasing a tension that had lain thick in the air. Lady Elspeth von Albrecht stepped through the threshold, her presence commanding, a cold aura radiating from her as she crossed the worn flagstone floor. The familiar scent of lavender and iron hung in the air, a reminder of her nurturing hand mixed with the severity of her intentions. She halted a few paces from me, folded parchment held tightly in one hand, the other brushing against the hem of her embroidered cloak. Concern etched itself into her features, etching lines into her aristocratic visage. "The unrest in the kingdom grows," she declared, her voice cool yet laced with the gravity of our situation. My eyes narrowed, a flash of crimson flickering within them, betraying the tempest brewing beneath my stoic facade. The space between us charged with unspoken words, each heartbeat syncing with the pulse of the grimoire, the flickering shadows framing our confrontation. The tension stretched taut, our gazes locked in an intricate dance of understanding and defiance. I recognized then that my mother's resolve was a reflection of our bloodline, a legacy that bound us yet tore us apart. I swallowed, the taste of fate heavy on my tongue. This was the moment when choices converged, where my thoughts could align with my desires, the shadows urging me toward the unknown, where power lay shrouded in darkness. The cold stone walls of the throne room bore witness to this fragile standoff between mother and daughter, where every whisper of the past pulsed through my veins like an insatiable hunger. The air thickened between us, heavy with unspoken words, as Lady Elspeth's penetrating gaze bore into me. I could feel the pulse of the grimoire quicken, synchronizing with the rising tide of my defiance, and in that moment, I understood that the kingdom's unrest was but a reflection of our own fractured bond. My heart beat in syncopation with the shifting shadows, each pulse a reminder of the unyielding legacy that weighed upon my shoulders. "The unrest in the kingdom grows," my mother repeated, her voice resonating with an authority that had been honed over years of navigating treacherous waters. The parchment in her hand crumpled slightly under her grip, a tangible representation of the tension that crackled around us. "The nobles are restless, Anya." Whispers of rebellion flit through the court like wraiths seeking purchase. I let her words settle like lead within my stomach, recognizing the careful orchestration of power that dictated our lives. The faces of the nobility danced through my mind, greedy eyes and insincere smiles, plotting as if the very ground beneath them quaked with impending doom. I returned her gaze, allowing the crimson hue of my eyes to shimmer dangerously. "And what is it you expect me to do, Mother?" I challenged, my voice sharper than I intended, each syllable slicing through the dense tension. "Am I merely to become a pawn in this deadly game, shackled to the decisions of our forebears?" Lady Elspeth stiffened, her poise unwavering, but a flicker of something, perhaps surprise, crossed her sharp features. "This is not just a game, Anya. The House von Albrecht stands on the precipice of ruin. We cannot afford weakness, especially not now. Your role is to ensure our legacy remains intact." The words hung in the air, reverberating with an authority that demanded compliance, yet something deep within me revolted. The idea of standing idle while the world spun out of control sent a shiver of apprehension coursing through my veins. "Legacy," I echoed, bitterness thickening my voice. "Our legacy is one of death and decay, Mother. Are we to further the lineage of fear? What good is our power if it binds us to tyranny?" Elspeth's expression hardened, her maternal warmth folding into icy resolve. "You dare question the blood that flows in your veins? The traditions that have forged our family into what it is today?" Her voice, once warm, now carried the chilling edge of reprimand, and I felt the weight of the walls closing in on me. "I question it because I am not blind to its consequences," I burst out, the crimson glow in my eyes flickering dangerously. "The kingdom bleeds, and you would have me turn a blind eye?" Or worse, contribute to it? She took a measured step closer, her presence towering, yet I sensed a ripple of uncertainty beneath her steely facade. Do you think rebellion will bring about change? The common folk do not understand the complexities of our world, Anya. They desire chaos more than peace, and chaos is a far greater threat to our existence than you realize. Yet you would have me perpetuate the very cycle that feeds their despair. I pressed, the urgency of my heart's protest surging with every heartbeat. We could find a way, negotiate, offer something beyond fear. I refused to let our family be synonymous with suffering. With every defiant word, the shadows grew denser around us, enveloping us in their grasp, while the grimoire pulsed in response, almost as if resonating with my rebellion. My mother's face twisted into a mask of disbelief, an indignant fury crackling in the air. You speak of ideals, yet ideals do not protect our house. Strength does. Strength is what we must cultivate within the kingdom's grasp. Do not confuse your rebellious spirit with strength, she continued, her voice dropping to a lower, more menacing timbre. You are more vulnerable than you realize, and to relinquish our power would be to open the floodgates of ruin. I refuse to bow to fear. I retorted, my heart pounding with each defiance. You've spent decades carving a throne of bone and blood, yet all I see is a crumbling fortress. Can't you feel it? The shifting tides of discontent. People grow weary of puppetry. For a moment, silence enveloped the room, the kind of stillness that preceded the collapse of empires. The flickering shadows around us froze, as if caught in the throes of a larger decision that loomed heavy in the air. I felt the conflict between us raging like a tempest, raw and palpable, a duel of wills played out beneath the dispassionate gaze of our ancestors. Elspeth's mouth tightened, the lines of her face deepening with determination. I will not allow you to tarnish the family name with your reckless ideals, she stated coldly, a chilling resolve marking each word. And I will not become a vessel of despair. I shot back, a sudden surge of defiance bolstering my resolve. As the battle lines were drawn, I could sense the shadows around us shifting, foreshadowing the choices that lay ahead. With every heartbeat, the rift between mother and daughter widened, heralding the storm on the horizon. What seemed a simple disagreement bore the weight of an impending reckoning, our fates irrevocably intertwined. The question lingered like an unspoken curse. How far would I go to break free from the chains of legacy, and what sacrifices awaited in the darkness that loomed ever closer? Chapter 2: Whispers of Rebellion. I stepped into the narrow embrace of the alley, where shadows clung like whispered secrets to the cracked walls and scattered debris crunched beneath my worn boots. The chill of Ironhold seeped into my bones, and I felt the weight of despair hovering in the damp air, punctuated only by the distant flicker of a lantern. Here, in this forgotten world, hope was as elusive as light, its flickering pulse buried beneath layers of grit and grime. As I moved cautiously, the ruins of what once might have been a vibrant street sprawled around me, draped in the melancholic shrouds of decay. Broken glass glittered underfoot, like malevolent stars fallen from a shattered sky. I leaned against the coarse, crumbling brick of the building to my left, feeling the rough edges press against my palms as I steadied my breath. Shadows shifted, and I peered through the warped gap in the door of a nearby hovel, my heart beating in rhythm with the murmur of hushed voices. Huddled around a flickering lantern, I caught the fractured silhouettes of a few ragged survivors. Their features obscured by the dim light, they huddled together, drawing warmth from their shared fear. The air was thick with unspoken anxiety. I strained to catch their words, each hushed syllable weighed down by urgency. "The rebel leader is stirring trouble again," one murmured, voice shaky, as though the very mention of that name could draw the shadows down upon them. Another leaned closer, fingers twitching nervously. They say his voice commands hope. I couldn't help but let a small smile ghost across my lips at their reverent tones. Hope, what a luxury it seemed here in this forsaken place. A dangerous notion to cultivate when whispers of revolt danced in the air, like the embers of the fire long extinguished. In this place of ruin, there were only remnants of life, scattered across the broken stones like forgotten dreams. My fingers brushed against the jagged edge of the doorframe as I edged closer, listening with an intentness that matched the shadows around me. They spoke in riddles of the man who dared defy the iron grip of the noble houses. I didn't know him, nor had I ever witnessed his prowess, but I felt the undercurrents of discontent vibrate through my core, echoing the tumultuous whispers that rippled through the kingdom. As they recounted tales of the rebels' defiance, I took careful steps forward, acutely aware of the weight of their words pressing upon me like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. I gathered their expressions, marked with the faintest flicker of courage. No cowardice here. The sight ignited something deep within me, a flicker of recognition, a mirrored image of my own stubborn heart. I was Eric Ambra, son of House Ambra, and though I wore a mask of charm, the truth beneath was sharpened by years of survival. The rabble saw only the fleeting glimmers of hope in their whispered revolt, but beneath my smile lurked the machinations of loyalty, a fierce protector cloaked in laughter. Yet, this new information pulled taut the threads of my duty. The political landscape swirled like autumn leaves caught in a gale, and I felt the need to step beyond mere observation. Yet, I could not afford the luxury of heedlessness. I could already feel the scrutiny of eyes unseen, lurking behind every corner of the alley, urging me to be cautious. My breath held steady, but my instinct screamed for action. If I chose to learn more, to carve paths through the fabric of rebellion, I risked igniting embers that had long lain dormant, and the specter of House Ambra would loom over me, watching for any sign of betrayal or misstep. I turned my gaze from the dimly lit lantern to the edges of the alley, shadows dancing at my periphery. I couldn't afford to linger. They believed their words mattered, but here, where fate unfurled beneath the cloak of darkness, I could shape their stories into my own. I began to retrace my steps, feeling the cold brush of stone and brick against my fingertips as I contemplated the ramifications of what lay ahead. This was no longer just about eavesdropping on whispered rebellion. It was about survival, an intricate game of shadows where each move could unearth peril or promise. I would bide my time, but I would gather the necessary information and weigh my options. The rebel leader's influence thrummed in the air, and it held the promise of change, a change that would either devastate House Ambra or allow me to command the tides. With newfound determination, I melted back into the night, footsteps muffled by the debris that bore witness to a world on the brink. What secrets lay ahead awaited only my grasp. The haunting resonance of hope lingered long after I had vanished from the alley's gloom, echoing the challenge that stood before me. As I stood framed in the doorway of the upper-floor chamber, shadows cloaked the ruins behind me, and remnants of the stained glass window shimmered like broken dreams under the ghostly glow of the moon. My fingers brushed the collar of my tailored cloak, and I felt the weight of my family's legacy settle over my shoulders like the finest silk, impermeable, yet steeped in the inevitability of conflict. From my concealed vantage point, I surveyed the alley below, watching my brother through the gap in the heavy drapery. The sight of Eric, dashing and clever, never failed to ignite a blend of admiration and exasperation within me. He moved like a predator, slipping through the shadows with practiced grace, every movement calculated as he eavesdropped on those who dared to utter rebellion. Beneath the disarray of brick and debris, I glimpsed the determination on his face, the stubborn fire that lay beneath that roguish charm. My heart tensed. Did he fully grasp the risks of what he was about to undertake? The talk of the rebel leader was rife with danger, and I felt the creeping sensation of foreboding as I leaned slightly forward, my grip tightening around the polished signet ring that marked my position. "Keep your eyes on him. He is our key to the whispers of revolt," I murmured into the small silver communicator, the words echoing with the gravity of our situation. My voice barely betrayed the thrum of urgency that nodded within me. He may believe himself a wily player in this grand game of politics, but he was a piece that could tip the scales dramatically. The flicker of the lantern in the alley reflected in my keen gray eyes, drawing the attention of unseen threats. I envisioned Eric's interactions with the denizens of the dark, his charming banter deflecting attention as he quietly wormed his way into secrets not meant for his ears. He was talented, no doubt, a true son of House Umbra, shrouded in mischief but bearing an innate sense of loyalty. Yet loyalty in our world often came at a price. The loyalties I held for my house were always draped in veils of political intrigue and whispered promises. With each fleeting moment, Eric's encounter with those desperate souls wove itself deeper into the fragile fabric of our unfolding narrative, a narrative teetering perilously close to a rupture. Thoughts flitted through my mind like wraiths, each one weighed with strategy and potential consequence. A bold move from Eric could unite the tattered threads of rebellion, possibly posing a formidable threat to my family's influence and legacy. To deny his actions would be foolish. It was my duty as a master politician to turn his ventures into opportunities that would serve my house's interests. Yet would he, in all his youthful bravado, take the chance to manipulate these fleeting moments? The rebel leader represented both a beacon of hope and a harbinger of chaos, a duality I felt keenly. The mere notion of dissent against noble houses was an alluring darkness. To watch it unfold was both exhilarating and terrifying, a dichotomy I reveled in, harnessing it as a strength within my arsenal. As I pondered, I sensed the energy of the city thrumming beneath my feet, an unrelenting pulse of ambition and desperation that resonated within the very walls that confined us. I marveled at how swiftly perceptions could shift, like leaves caught in a tempest, and the power of the voice Eric had sought, one that could sway hearts and minds, stirring unrest within the tightly woven tapestry of our society. But I had no intention of allowing chaos to rise unchallenged. I knew well how to play the game, to plant seeds of doubt and fervor as necessary. The machinations of House Athelstone demanded foresight and precision, a delicate ballet in the theater of power that would decide the fates of us all. Gathering myself, I released a controlled breath, glancing back at the door leading into the depths of the chamber. In that moment, a plan began to crystallize, layers upon layers of contingencies woven with purpose and intent. With a swift motion, I tapped the silver communicator again, giving precise directives to my operatives scattered throughout the city. They would remain vigilant, awaiting my signal. Meanwhile, I would craft the perfect approach to bring Eric back under my influence, guiding him toward the course I believed would be beneficial for all. The time had come to act, to control the narrative he inadvertently placed into motion, and ensure House Athelstone emerged unscathed amidst the ruins. With a final look at Eric's silhouette, I stepped back into the chamber, my heart steady. The looming threat of rebellion demanded action, and as I fortified myself with resolve, I knew it was not merely my house's fate on the line but my family's very legacy. We would bend the tide to our will, the stage was set, and I would play my part as the orchestrator of this unfolding drama. In Ironhold, the veil between hope and despair had grown dangerously thin, and I would wield it like the finest blade, sharp and unforgiving. I was Dame Giselle Athelstone, and this game was far from over. Chapter 3: The Druid's Warning. The grove, once a sanctuary of verdant growth, now twisted beneath an oppressive weight, the cracked trunks of ancient trees contorted in agony, whispering secrets to shadows that clung to their bark like sin to the soul. As I stepped carefully over the debris-strewn path, the air grew heavy with unspoken rituals, a malign presence curling around my throat as I began my task. I had ventured here to commune with forces that should have remained untouched, to unravel the tangled threads of nature's corruption with the fragile might of my magic. The undergrowth crunched beneath my feet, dry, brittle, and smeared with the detritus of what had once flourished. A feeling of trepidation enveloped me, the atmosphere laden with unexplainable malice. I could feel the trees judging me, their twisted forms judging my intrusion. Yet, with every careful step, I clung to the promise of knowledge buried beneath the decay, a truth waiting to be uncovered. Arriving at a flat, moss-covered stone, I began to arrange my ritual items with painstaking precision. The copper bowl gleamed dimly in the fading light, reflecting my somber expression as I positioned it at the center. Dried herbs, their essence fading but still potent with memories of the earth, formed a ring around the bowl, each bundle a prayer offered to the creeping darkness. I unrolled the scrolls of runic incantations, their lines curling and whispering secrets from ages past, waiting for my voice to awaken them once more. Smoldering candles, placed at careful intervals, flickered in the stagnant air, casting distorted shadows that danced like phantoms against the surrounding gloom. With each phrase I intoned, my voice resonated in the silent void, coaxing the elements to respond. The ancient magic of the grove lay before me like an unwritten tome, and I drew the words from the depths of my training, infusing the air with purpose and power. As my hands moved through exacting gestures, the flames from the candles flickered violently, eager to join the words that shaped our shared reality, swirling around the carved symbols on my parchment. But then it happened. An unbidden awareness tightened my chest. I halted mid-gesture, fingers trembling as a creeping unease slithered along my spine. Shadows elongated in the corners of my vision, fleeting dark silhouettes, lingering at the grove's periphery. There were forms there, grotesque and misshapen, inhabiting the boundary of the light I had summoned. A breath caught in my throat, choking back the incantations, as I gripped the rough trunk of an ancient tree to steady myself. Every muscle in my body screamed for flight. I tried to push past the fear. Surely the night itself was distorting my senses. Yet as I peered into the dimness, those grotesque figures twisted and writhed, eyes glimmering like malevolent stars. It was a judgment, the very embodiment of the grove's disquiet, lingering just out of reach, silently measuring my resolve, my worthiness to manipulate the forces of the dead. In that moment, the magic I had summoned soured, losing its intention. The flickering flames of the candles spluttered, the light dimming like a heartbeat faltering. With a final, forceful sweep of my hand over the ritual items, I extinguished the candles, snuffing out both their light and my fleeting connection to the shadows I sought to command. Grabbing the scrolls, I felt their weight as a shackle binding me to a task I was not yet prepared to complete. I turned on my heel, the sense of urgency propelling me through the winding path toward the exit. My heart pounded in time with the echo of my footsteps on the unforgiving earth. As I pushed my way past the gnarled roots and jagged stones, I could sense the lurking darkness stalking me, emboldened by my fear, reveling in the chase. The grove's silence now throbbed with unspeakable dread, urging me to flee before the shadows could grasp me within their twisted embrace. In the fleeting moments I felt their breath against my skin, a cold whisper promising despair. I stumbled into the night, the safety of the outside world waiting for me like a fragile wisp of hope amidst the encroaching darkness, a stark reminder of the stakes that bound me to my lineage and the very powers I dared to conjure. My heart raced in rhythm with my footfalls, the cobblestones beneath me a path woven with memories of doubt and sorrow. Each step took me further from the grove's suffocating shadows and into the encroaching dread that awaited at Albrecht Manor, where the weight of necromantic power hung like a shroud in the air, palpable and full of promise. My fingers curled around the smooth wood of my staff, its presence a small comfort against the turbulent currents of anxiety swirling within me. What had I awoken? What darkness lingered, ready to claim its due? The path twisted and wound like an indecisive spirit, flanked by overgrown hedgerows that clawed at the remnants of daylight. As the sky deepened to a rich crimson hue, the world around me blurred, shadows lengthening with every passing moment. I quickened my pace, each step charged with urgency, half expecting the very darkness I had sought to manipulate to trail behind me, hungry for retribution. The manor appeared ahead, a brooding figure against the darkening sky. Its weathered stones, draped in ivy like a shroud, whispered of secrets long buried, and power that twisted within its very foundation. The estate stood as a monument to legacy, yet the oppressive air pressed heavily against my chest, a suffocating reminder of the necromantic forces that had always echoed in its halls. I hesitated, fear tangling with determination, as the iron gate loomed before me, rusted and stubborn. It embodied my doubts, the fortress of my family's legacy, both a shield and a prison. I took a steadying breath, grounding myself against the apprehension coiling in my gut. With methodical precision, I approached the gate, recalling the motions of the incantations I had practiced countless times. My hands moved in a dance of their own accord, elegant gestures pouring forth as I murmured low, precise words, infusing the air with my intent. Pale symbols flared to life, tracing lines through the air before melting into the gate, where the necromantic wards shimmered and dissolved. The heavy wooden doors creaked open with a reluctant groan, revealing a vast, dimly lit chamber that felt as if it had been waiting centuries for me to cross the threshold. An unsettling silence draped over the uneven stone floors, broken only by the sporadic flicker of unsteady torches that trembled as if intimidated by the shadows cast across the walls. It was a space where whispers danced just beyond hearing, and each breath I took reverberated like a tolling bell, echoing the weight of secrets concealed within. I stepped deeper into the manor, my heart pounding a wild rhythm in time with the sense of foreboding that seeped into my bones. The heavy air pressed against me, thick with magic yet dulled by a pervading despair that settled heavily in my gut. As I crossed the threshold of the chamber, I instinctively sought a familiar form. My gaze fell upon the time-worn throne, its regal splendor diminished by the shadow cast over it. There she sat, Anya, my friend, my ally, cloaked in the eerie glow of unearthly light that emanated from her eyes. Anya was a striking figure, adorned in remnants of her noble lineage, yet now her countenance was a twisted reflection of herself. The crown resting upon her head seemed to writhe in unholy animation, casting ominous reflections upon her pale skin. I saw her hand tremble near the Crimson Grimoire that loomed on the pedestal, a visage of elegance consumed by the weight of dark power. "Anya," I called out, my voice wavering under the heavy silence, slicing through the atmosphere like a shard of glass. The syllables broke free, my heart tightening as I witnessed the distress twisting her features. What had she succumbed to in my absence? A flash of panic coursed through me, urgency clawing at my resolve. The distant echo of creaking floorboards melded with the slow, relentless pull of dark magic in the manor, reverberating ominously against the stone walls. I wanted to rush to her side, to breach the divide between us that pulsed with unspoken fears, but uncertainty held me at bay. What darkness had intertwined our fates? What shadows had taken root in the sanctuary of our sanctuary? I feared I would find only despair if I approached her too hastily. As I drew closer, the vivid contrast between her ethereal beauty and the horrid spell wrapped around her became evident. I longed to reach for her, to shatter the barriers that felt like an insurmountable chasm, yet the air crackled with tension that froze my limbs. Could I bring her back from whatever she had touched? Could we wrest ourselves from the grip of darkness that had ensnared us both? In the oppressive silence of Albrecht Manor, a place steeped in secrets, I stood torn between dread and the fraying thread of hope, a flickering flame desperate to endure amidst the weight of our entwined fates. Chapter 4: Alliances in Shadow. I stepped into the corridor, the stone walls closing in as if the shadows themselves conspired to keep me from light. The chill was palpable, each crack in the flagstone whispering of secrets better left unspoken. My boots echoed, a stark reminder of solitude in this narrow passage, until I paused before the heavy door, its rusted iron fittings adorned with a sinister patina, hinting at the darkness that lay beyond. The air smelled stale, charged with the ghosts of ancient sorrows that lingered long after the memories had faded. As I pushed the door, it groaned in protest, an old sentinel awakening from slumber, revealing a chamber where time had betrayed its structure. Sputtering torches, clinging desperately to life, threw feeble light over crumbling stone, fractured remnants of grandeur now lost to decay. My eyes swept over the ruin, landing on Lord Cedric, who stood beside a shattered pillar, the embodiment of calculated ambition. His gloved hand rested ominously on the pommel of a slender dagger, reflecting flickers of flame in his piercing gray eyes. Each line of his face, sharp and foreboding, bespoke of power and ruthlessness. "Time is of the essence," he commanded, his voice as cold as the stone that surrounded us. I nodded curtly, the gravity of our undertaking weighing heavily between us. With deliberate movements, I unrolled a weathered parchment across the rough-hewn table. The map unfurled with a quiet rustle, each line and mark whispering secrets of our plans, while tendrils of dark magic slithered like living shadows through the fissures of the walls, creeping across the cold floor in a grotesque waltz. I leaned closer, the inked symbols coming into focus as Cedric adjusted the collar of his tailored cloak, a fidget that spoke of his growing impatience. The darkness pooled around us, seeming to thicken as Cedric tapped an ornate silver ring against the map. "We strike before the Queen's magic blinds us all." His words dripped with urgency and resolve, a chilling reminder of the stakes at play. With a steady rhythm, I traced my fingers over the annotated symbols, each mark a step closer to a plan woven in treachery. The air vibrated with the subtle sound of dripping water, a rhythm interrupted only by the soft scuttling of unseen creatures lurking in the shadows, a prelude to the unsettling unease that gnawed at the edges of my resolve. Suddenly, a heavy gust rattled the chamber, chilling my spine as loose stones tumbled from above, threatening to shatter the fragile peace of our clandestine meeting. I looked at Cedric, and in his gaze I saw the flicker of a shared understanding. We were both caught in the clutches of a darkness far greater than ourselves. The task before us loomed, ominous and unyielding, while the dark magic seeping through the cracks tugged at my heart, whispering of dangers yet unveiled. As the flickering torchlight cast erratic shadows over the parchment, I felt the weight of our unspoken thoughts settling like a thick fog. Cedric leaned closer, his cold breath mingling with the musty air, heightening my awareness of the encroaching darkness that clawed at the edges of the chamber. We were entangled in a web of fate, each symbol on the parchment a thread pulling us deeper into a design neither of us could entirely grasp. "Look here," Cedric murmured, adjusting the collar of his cloak, his gloved fingers deftly tapping a portion of the map, marked with what I knew to be our target's location. "The Queen's grasp is tight, but it will falter. We strike before her magic blinds us all." His voice was smooth, dripping with assurance even as the air thickened around us, making my pulse quicken. I nodded, sliding my hand over the annotated symbols that danced along the worn surface, tracing the paths with an unhurried grace. "The sigils here suggest." My words trailed off as I immersed myself in the rhythm of the moment, focusing on each mark with measured precision. Our lives hung suspended on the delicate balance of strategy and treachery, an understanding between us shared in whispered tones and knowing glances. "Here," Cedric continued, voice a thread that wove through the tension, "we cannot afford hesitation. The longer we remain in the shadows, the more potent her magic becomes." His gray eyes flashed with the intensity of his conviction, and I felt the suffocating weight of the dark magic saturating the stone. It was a palpable presence, snaking through the room like an unseen predator, reminding us that time was not merely passing, it was hunting us. The slow, rhythmic sound of water dripping echoed, punctuated by the soft scuttling of creatures hidden in the gloom, reinforcing the unsettling atmosphere. I swallowed hard, focusing on the parchment as if it held the key to our salvation. Each symbol whispered promises and threats, intertwining like the dark tendrils oozing through the cracks, waiting for an opportunity to pounce. "Cedric," I ventured softly, my voice barely above the whisper of the shadows. "We must act decisively. There's too much at stake." My heart raced, not just from the risk we were preparing to take, but from the underlying fear of what the dark magic could unleash if we faltered. He regarded me with that cold, calculating gaze, then pressed his lips together, a brief moment of contemplation that betrayed little. "Agreed. Yet strategy is as vital as courage. We cannot expose ourselves without knowing the terrain." He punctuated his thoughts with deliberate precision, and I felt a spark of admiration mingle with unease. But just as I opened my mouth to respond, an ominous gust rattled the chamber, casting a shudder through the stone walls, and for a fleeting second I felt the darkness draw closer. A loose stone tumbled from the ceiling, crashing to the ground with an echoing finality, shattering our tenuous concentration. Our eyes locked, the shared understanding of the danger we faced amplifying the tension between us. "What was that?" I whispered, scanning the dim corners of the chamber, where shadows danced like wraiths, hungry and watchful. Cedric straightened, his dagger glinting menacingly in the half-light. "We must move quickly," he insisted, urgency threading his voice. "Time is against us." I nodded, the weight of the moment constricting my breath, and together we leaned over the parchment again, the dark magic creeping ever closer, mingling with our resolve as we plunged deeper into our shared darkness. In the heart of the abandoned tower, I hovered near a cracked, ancient mirror that shimmered with forgotten spells. Dust motes danced in the sparse light, each flicker a testament to the years left to decay, yet here amid ruin, the pulse of magic thrummed beneath my fingers, a reminder that even in desolation power waits to be claimed. I leaned closer, the silver-streaked strands of my hair falling over my shoulder, as I studied the chaotic swirl within the mirror's depths, waiting for a vision to emerge from the murk. My fingers traced deliberate patterns across a polished grimoire, the pages alive with ink that flowed like shadows beneath the dim glow of my solitary candle. This space, filled with relics of the arcane and a hint of their lost glory, served as my sanctuary, a haven where the tendrils of my scheming entwined with secrets gathered through the ages. Here I witnessed the weaving of fate, strands of possibility fluttering like frail leaves caught in a tempest. As I peered into the mirror, images began to coalesce, a scene shrouded in uncertainty, yet vivid enough to draw me in. Lord Cedric, tall and commanding, loomed over the parchment in that crumbling chamber, his presence a storm of purpose and ruthlessness. He gestured sharply, a dagger reflecting the flickering torchlight, while beside him, Serafina's graceful movements mirrored a careful balance of trust and treachery. The darkness around them thickened like a living thing, seeping through the cracks like forgotten memories clawing for freedom. The mirror captured their dialogue, Cedric's voice carrying the weight of determination, the essence of their plots melding with the oozing shadows threatening to engulf them. "We claim the grimoire," he declared, as Serafina offered subtle nods, her mind spinning webs of connection and conflict, a dance of whispers and shadows beneath the ever-watchful eye of fate. I absorbed the scene, every nuance of their plans entwining with my own as I jotted down crisp notes, each letter infused with a cold urgency. The complexities of the impending conflict were not lost on me. It was a treacherous game, each move echoing the sins of past rulers, all hovering in the periphery of my mind like unwelcome ghosts. I felt the pulse of ambition thrumming within my chest, blending with a warmth that suggested a darker current, one of guilt perhaps, but that had no place among the worthy pursuits of power. Closing the grimoire with a snap that echoed through the chamber, I broke my connection with the scrying mirror. The surface shimmered, reflecting the remnants of their clandestine meeting like a fading whisper of mischief and ambition, a reminder of the stakes involved. With the reflection now hauntingly still, I understood that the time to strike was fast approaching. Tucking the grimoire beneath my arm, I stepped away from the mirror and into the enveloping gloom of the tower. The shadows thrummed around me, laden with the weight of secrets, each corner a repository of my designs. My heart was a battlefield of strategy and resolve. I had no illusions. This was a delicate dance through the webs of fate, one that required precision and the utmost caution. They would play their parts, but it was I who would hold the strings. As I descended the spiral staircase back into the depths of the tower, the walls resonated with the echoes of my resolve. Dark forces thrived in the corners of our world, and the game was far from over. Soon the magic would unfold, and in the rising tide of chaos, I would find my place, drawing power from the very shadows that dared to consume us all. Chapter 5: The Corrupted Crown. I stood at the head of the long, obsidian table, the weight of my family's legacy pressing upon my shoulders like the heavy velvet drapes framing the council chamber. Shadows danced across the stone walls, flickering in the dim light from the wrought iron chandeliers, weaving an uneasy spell around the representatives assembled before me. I could sense their apprehension, their eyes darting, hands fidgeting, as I pointed a slender finger toward them, the silent command resonating with a depth of authority I hadn't yet fully claimed. The council chamber, a vault of whispers and political scheming, had always felt more like a mausoleum than a hall of power. I watched the flickering lights play across the faces of my family's advisors, each one encumbered with the weight of their own ambitions, as well as the expectations of House von Albrecht. Their shifting postures were the leaves of a tremulous forest, rustling beneath a storm, an unwelcome one I was poised to summon. At the periphery, my mother, Lady Elspeth, stood near the doorway. She gripped the back of a wooden chair, her knuckles a pale contrast to the darkened wood. In her poised rigidity lay a torrent of tension, the juxtaposition of a noble woman raised on the edicts of tradition, yet clearly caught in a tumult of emotions. Her eyes, which often seemed to scan for flaws and weaknesses, flickered towards me with unspoken warnings. What more did I dare to decree? "Those who oppose the traditions of our house," I began, my voice a low, commanding growl that reverberated against the stony walls, "shall know the full extent of our might." The words felt harsh, carved from the very shadows around me, yet I delivered them with the precision of a blade glistening with dark intent. I was surprised at my own daring, at the unanticipated depth of conviction that emanated from within. A counselor in ornate velvet robes, his fingers delicately poised above the papers strewn before him, cleared his throat. His eyes betrayed the unease fluttering behind his practiced facade, an unease that mirrored my own heart, beating rhythmically with an anxious determination. I fixed him with a steady gaze, holding the room captive in that moment of suspended disbelief. In my heart, I could almost feel the energy of the Crimson Grimoire pulsing with its ancient knowledge beside me. In that air heavy with expectation, I felt a spark. A chill skittered along my spine as I spoke. The crown upon my head, a dark emblem of my heritage, quivered with barely contained power. I sensed its darkness merging with the intensity of my own emotions, melding into something both exhilarating and dreadful. My voice found an unnatural resonance, casting a spell that lingered long after my last syllable. The parchment upon the table lay blanketed by a dozen unflinching gazes, anticipation mingling with dread. "We will not falter in the face of adversity," I proclaimed, voice steady. "We shall protect our territory and our kin." It was not merely a decree, but a rallying cry whispered between the walls of dread, an acceptance of the grim fates awaiting those who threatened us. My words grew heavier with conviction, wrapping around us like a cloak of shadows. Lady Elspeth's grip tightened further, the tension rippling like a gust of wind. I watched the intermingled expressions of fear and respect, an eerie dance only one born of necromantic education could orchestrate. Though the echoes of history loomed behind us, I recognized a lingering flicker in my mother's eyes, a prayer, a hope that I would not misstep into the abyss. The atmosphere thickened, charged with an electrifying trepidation. As I delivered my last decree, my eyes flickered with an otherworldly crimson glow, ignited by an incalculable power that thrummed at my core. I felt the weight of my lineage entwined in my bones, each decree striking deep like an anchor to our harrowing past, a past intertwined with the darker arts. In that silent chamber, fraught with burgeoning tension and suppressed dread, I wove my intentions as delicately as the threads of fate. Perhaps I would hold power, perhaps I would descend into darkness, only time would divulge the fate of those gathered there under the flickering iron chandeliers. And then, I awaited the inevitable whispers, the discord that would soon unravel our carefully spun tapestry of ambition and loyalty. The heavy wooden doors burst open with a resounding crash, and time stuttered, lost in the tempest of the moment. A breathless messenger, garbed in the dirt and urgency of the outside world, stormed into the chamber, his boots clattering against the stone floor like distant thunder, shattering the brittle stillness that had held sway. The oppressive air, thick with dread, fractured as gasps and murmurs rippled through the assembled representatives, each caught off guard by this abrupt intrusion. "Monstrous creatures ravaging the border villages," he shouted, voice rough like gravel yet trembling with the weight of grim urgency. The words hung suspended in the air, drawing sharp gasps and widening eyes. He thrust a crumpled parchment into the center of the table, scattering a few loose papers as the council members instinctively rose from their seats, fear coursing through their veins like ice. Lady Elspeth's hand flew to her mouth, the composure she had clung to moments ago dissipating into the dread that clung to the chamber's thick atmosphere. I saw the quick clench of a counselor's quivering hand around the hilt of his sword, the subtle signals of panic fanning out like ripples in still water. Alarmed looks exchanged among noblemen felt like the snapping of a string, tension threading through our ranks, bringing each of us closer to the brink. I stood still, my heart thrumming a chaotic beat in rhythm with the rising tide of despair. The remnants of my earlier authority felt but a mere whisper in the tumult of the moment, overshadowed by the news that tore through us like a thunderstorm unleashed. As their eyes darted nervously, seeking someone to command action amidst the onslaught of fear, I could feel the surge of something wild rising within me. The edges of my vision blurred as anger ignited, fueled by a tempest of thoughts battling for dominion in my mind. A choice loomed like a beast ready to strike, a decision poised on the precipice of this dreadful moment. I felt my pulse racing as I raised my gaze, meeting the eyes of the representatives, each holding their breath in desperate anticipation. I felt alive, yet trapped, aware of the dark energy of the crown slipping upon my brow, writhing as if alive, echoing the uncertainty lurking beneath the surface. And then it happened. My vision pulsed with an unnatural light as an otherworldly crimson flame ignited behind my irises. I rose abruptly, a surge of energy propelling me upward like a blade unleashed. The air crackled around me, charged with the merging force of fear and defiance. "I will lead the army myself," I declared, my voice slicing through the tumult with a resonance that commanded not just attention but awe. The chamber fell silent, every eye trained on me, awaiting the unfolding of destiny in the wake of my defiance. My words reverberated off the cold stone walls, a blend of clarity and gravity that encircled us. Anya, the girl caught between duty and dread, was no more. I had stepped into a role that challenged my very being, a warrior born of darkness, emerging from the shadows that whispered within my blood. The representatives stared in rapt silence, the heavy weight of their expectations pressing against my soul like a tidal wave ready to crash. In that tenuous silence, a shiver of anticipation skittered along the edges of the room, anticipation charged with horror and resolve, fusing my essence to the legacy that had shaped me. We would march perhaps into despair, but we would march together, with shadows as our witnesses and determination as our shield. As I breathed deeply, I felt the chamber, thick with echoes of decisions to come, align with my fiery resolve. The message had been received. A war awaited us, monstrous and looming, but I would not falter. I would carve a path through the darkness, one forged not merely by my bloodline, but by the tempest of conviction igniting within. And so the air thrummed with both fear and hope, as the council braced for what would come next, a reckoning born from the depths of our past and the future that loomed just beyond our grasp. Chapter 6: The Battle of Shadowmere. At the forefront of the shattered realm, I rode like a living silhouette, a stark figure cloaked in dark robes that billowed around me like the whispers of the dead. Shadowmere was a ghost of its former self, and as I guided my ragtag army of reanimated corpses through the skeletal remains of a city lost to ruin, a foreboding chill clung to the air. The silence was punctuated only by the eerie clatter of bones and the ragged shuffling of the damned, a symphony of despair that danced between the cracks of decaying stone and shattered wood. I felt their lifeless eyes upon me, my soldiers, once human, now mere puppets stitched together by death and my will. Each motion, every step they took, was a testament to the dark magic that coursed through my veins, a power inherited yet loathed. I gripped the Crimson Grimoire tightly, its surface pulsing beneath my fingers like a heartbeat, a reminder of the unspeakable knowledge it contained. It whispered of possibilities, each incantation a soft, seductive promise wrapped in crimson threads of ambition and fear. "Advance," I commanded, my voice slicing through the oppressive air like a blade. The reanimated ones moved with a solemn grace, as if my words were the final thread binding them to some echo of purpose. Ahead, shadows twisted and morphed, monstrous figures with contorted limbs and gnashing maws slithering forth from shadowed doorways. The very essence of dread thrummed in my chest as I pointed forward, my eyes narrowing, the glow of the grimoire reflecting in my gaze, a predator sizing up its prey. The encroaching darkness stirred, and I felt the stirring of something ancient, an echo of conflict, of primal terror that settled in my bones like an old wound. They watched us, those twisted beings, with a hunger that sent a chill skittering down my spine, their grotesque forms writhing in the twilight like the very shadows of the fallen city. I tightened my grip, focusing the energy swirling within me, pooling at the tips of my fingers. This was my domain, a field where flesh intertwined with shadow. With every ounce of determination, I shouted the command again, louder, my heart thrumming with the rhythm of something alive in the darkness. Advance. And with that, a low, measured murmur rolled across the battleground, gathering speed as if it were a living thing. The ground trembled beneath our feet, a prelude to chaos, as the first volley of necromantic energy arced toward the encroaching beasts. Sparks of dread flickered to life, the atmosphere crackling with anticipation as the lifeless horde surged forward, thrusting limbs of bone and decay toward the aberrations waiting in the depths of their lairs. I watched as they collided, a cacophony of ragged breaths and splintered wood filling the air, as my soldiers crashed into the enemy with relentless force. Their presence was unyielding, a grim testament to the power I wielded, the dark song of the grimoires echoing through their lifeless forms. The battlefield pulsed, alive with chaos, and for a moment I was not Anya von Albrecht, a reluctant heir to a legacy I could neither reject nor fully embrace. In that moment, I was a goddess of death, bending the very fabric of reality to my will. Yet as monstrous claws ripped into flesh and bone, a spark of doubt flared deep within me. I stood at the precipice of all I had been taught, teetering on the edge between salvation and damnation. The whispers of my family haunted me still, echoes of compassion and love juxtaposed against this fierce resolve to conquer. And somewhere in the recesses of my heart, a question curled like smoke: was I saving them or was I condemning us all? As the tide of battle surged and swelled, I embraced the chaos, knowing that victory lay not only in strength, but in understanding the terrible power that lived within me, and the shadows that beckoned from beyond. As chaos enveloped us, I felt the feral energies of the battlefield tugging at my senses, threatening to overwhelm me in their unrelenting embrace. The grotesque forms of the invaders clawed at the edges of my focus, and yet in that tumult, a calm steel surged within me, driven by the primal connection I held with the dead at my command. Yet as I wielded that darkness, I felt the sudden shift in the air, a shift that heralded the arrival of something formidable. Through the shifting shadows and the cacophony of the battle, I spotted him, Lord Cedric Athelstone. He emerged through a gap in the rubble, flanked by a trio of elemental mages whose hands glimmered with shimmering sparks of fire and shards of ice. They were harbingers of the storm, dancing around him with a flickering energy that commanded both awe and fear. The ground seemed to bend to his will as he advanced, each purposeful step radiating the confidence of someone who knew power intimately. There was an elegance in the way he commanded, a ruthless grace that belied the cold steel of his presence. My heart quickened at the sight. He was a predator, and here on this battlefield, his gaze locked onto mine, scrutinizing my every move as if measuring the weight of my magic against his own. "Form ranks," he commanded, his voice cutting through the mayhem, each word a precise knife wielded with surgical clarity. The elemental mages immediately sprang into action, their faces composed, their movements fluid, as they began carving protective runes in the air with deft flicks of their wrists. The magic they wove was a spectacle of power, flame spiraling up into arcs of vivid orange and red, while ice blossomed around them, crystalline tendrils forming shields in their wake. The air grew thick with energy, swirling currents of elemental magic, drawing closer to the melee as I redirected my focus. The cacophony of shattering bones and visceral strikes became a dissonant background to the fierce exchange of wills between us, a battle not just of flesh, but of minds wrapped tightly in ambition and circumstance. As the reanimated corpses pressed forward, unyielding in their ferocity, I sensed an undercurrent of tension, an echo of doubt twisting in my gut. I faced Lord Cedric, his sharp gaze lingering on my displays of power. Was this a challenge or a test? In the depths of my being, I felt a stirring, as if the weight of my choices hung between us, palpable and heavy as the air before a storm. While I wrestled with these thoughts, the chaotic battlefield spiraled around us. My undead forces responded to my silent command, their movements deliberate, their mindless efficiency belying their horrific forms as they shoved aside the monstrous invaders. Each collision sent shockwaves through the ruins, the grinding of earth and bone creating a symphony of destruction that reverberated in my very bones. But the icy blue flames ignited by Cedric's mages began to unfurl like living entities among the skirmish. It flared brilliantly, painting the darkness in shades of vivid contrast, lighting up the grim determination in the faces of those who fought for House Athelstone. My stomach churned with an equal measure of trepidation and rage. In that moment, I made my choice. I summoned a surge of energy from within, pushing the limits of my necromancy. As twisted energy surged from my fingertips, I forced several of the monstrous creatures to stagger back, each blast resonating with the tension I carried. Cedric watched me, ever calculating, a hint of admiration flickering behind his cold gray eyes. He might wield the strength of elemental magic, but I had my own darkness to contend with. The stakes were clear. I could no longer afford to dwell in uncertainty. This battlefield was mine to command, my will intertwined with the tides of the dead. As I conjured a more potent spell, tendrils of my power lashed outward, and I saw them push against the monstrous bodies, breaking their rank, shoving them back into the depths of Shadowmere. It was an exhilarating burst of power, even as I felt a deep fissure growing within. The further I delved into this dark legacy, the closer I edged to becoming that which I feared the most. With Lord Cedric by my side, the battle shifted its focus. And amidst the echoes of chaos and the reek of decay, I knew that what transpired in this moment would shape the fate of both my humanity and the undead army. We were entwined now, bound by forces greater than ourselves, creators of a symphony dark and terrible, echoing through the shadows that cloaked our lives. As the fray reached a fever pitch, I could feel the very marrow of my bones vibrating in response to the dark call of the Crimson Grimoire. My connection to the magic surged like a tidal wave, thrumming beneath my skin, twisting into something grotesque and beautiful. I was not merely Anya von Albrecht anymore. I was teetering on the edge of becoming a force of nature, an echo of the shadows whispering promises of power that clamored for release. The air thickened with dread as I absorbed the chaos around me. Every sound echoed against my consciousness, the cracking of bone, the guttural snarls of the monstrous adversaries, the thuds of my undead soldiers as they crashed into the invaders with relentless force. I was becoming something different, more alive yet undeniably cursed. The strains of conflict pulled taut at the edges of my awareness, threatening to unravel me entirely. I slammed the Crimson Grimoire onto a toppled stone slab with a resounding thud, an explosion of dark energy pulsing outward, disrupting the balance of the chaotic struggle. The grim tome lay open, its pages fluttering in a wind that didn't exist, echoing secrets of forbidden knowledge. It spoke to me, murmured dark possibilities that surged through me like wildfire, and the overwhelming energy crescendoed, threatening to consume me whole. Pain exploded across my body as my features contorted, a sensation so raw it was almost unbearable. I felt the transformation within me, limbs elongating, twisting in unnatural angles that hinted at something primal, unrestrained. My hair whipped around my face like tendrils of shadow, my senses sharpening, every detail vivid and yet obscured by the haze of impending darkness. I was in a liminal space, where my humanity flickered against the backdrop of my burgeoning necromantic identity. The ground beneath me splintered, deep fissures splitting open as swirling tendrils of necromantic force lashed out, obliterating a cluster of monstrous creatures, sending their tainted flesh scattering like leaves caught in a storm. My power erupted, an unrelenting torrent that surged through the battlefield, a command that didn't require words. I was unleashing the very essence of death, an awe-inspiring spectacle turned terrifyingly vivid. "Anya!" I heard a voice call out, a blend of concern and authority. It was Lord Cedric, momentarily halting at the edge of the melee, eyes fixed on me as if weighing the cost of my transformation against the unfolding chaos. In his gaze I saw a flicker of something. Was it fear? Ah! The implications of what I was becoming were palpable. I wanted to scream that I was in control, that I was the architect of my own power, but the surge of darkness consumed me. A vortex of shadows whirled around my form, pulsing with the rhythm of my heartbeat, creating a barrier between myself and the tumult outside. With one final mighty push, I released the torrent, a cathartic explosion of dark magic that lit the battlefield with an eerie glow, a vivid contrast to the grays and browns of decay that surrounded us. The force collided with all that stood in its path, shattering their forms, obliterating them as the air filled with an otherworldly wail, the sound reverberating through the cracks in reality. The immediate aftermath was deafening, silence replacing the din of battle as the dust began to settle. The battlefield bore the scars of our ferocity, the remnants of my power lying like shattered glass, glimmering ominously amidst the debris. But I was not merely a creator of destruction. I was a harbinger of something greater, something entwined with the essence of the dead. In the stillness, I felt my breath come ragged, the dissonance within me echoing loudly against the landscape. As I surveyed the devastation, the bodies of the vanquished and my animated soldiers, a realization settled heavily upon me. I was forever altered, and with this transformation came a new sense of dread. In the throes of that moment, it struck me. This was not merely victory. It was a heavy chain shackling me to the legacy I sought to escape. The stakes had changed irrevocably. In one brutal crescendo, I had surrendered pieces of my soul to the dark magic I wielded, reshaping the battlefield and my very identity. I was both Anya von Albrecht, the reluctant necromancer, and something far more terrifying, a reflection of the shadows that haunted my every decision. And as the final remnants of my transformation coiled around me like a shroud, I recognized that the dance between power and humanity was an intricate balance, one that would determine the fate of us all. As the whispers of the fallen surrounded me, guiding my path into the abyss. Chapter 7: Whispers in the Dark. The ground beneath my feet crunched with broken planks as I entered the survivor camp at Shadowmere. Each step sent shudders through the dilapidated landscape. Mud-splattered tents leaned precariously, as if caught in a moment of indecision. I was drawn in by the flickering shadows of dwindling fires that barely held the night at bay, while hushed murmurs rose from ragged clusters of displaced souls, haunted by their newfound reality. A gloved hand brushed against the rough fabric of my dark cloak, its weight heavy with dread. The air was thick with despair, permeated by the acrid scent of smoke that twisted through the camp, clinging to my senses. Broken carts lay abandoned, their wheels sunk into the earth, and a meager pile of scavenged supplies leaned forlornly against the debris. Charred remnants of homes smoldered in the background like silent witnesses, echoing the violence that had shattered this place. I moved with deliberate grace, each step measured, absorbing every detail of the environment. My eyes flicked from the cracked bones strewn carelessly, remnants of lives extinguished, to the faces of those who remained. Survivors congregated around the waning warmth of the fire, their whispers barely audible but brimming with the weight of concern. Fear pulsed through their eyes, questions lingered unasked, the shadow of Anya's transformation looming large over this fragile existence. I focused on a pair of men engaged in a hushed conversation, their expressions furtive, darting as if expecting someone to pounce from the encroaching shadows. A small child clutched a ragged doll, her gaze unfocused, caught in the echo of a nightmare not yet realized. The cruel irony struck me as their remnants of hope flickered, battered by winds that seemed to whisper secrets I was not yet privy to. I was an observer in this shattered theater of humanity, trapped between curiosity and the burden of what I knew. Anya's predicament weighed heavily on my heart, her unnerving metamorphosis pressing down upon my thoughts like a persistent shadow. What had she become, and what were the implications of her choices on my house and me? The camp's tense atmosphere made my stomach churn as I recognized the fracture between our past and the foreboding uncertainties of our future. Every shift among the survivors sent ripples through the murmurings. A woman glanced in my direction, her face marked by lines of anguish and resolve. Did she see me as an ally or as one of the tormentors who had forced them into this exile? I had to tread lightly, both for their sake and for the implications it might have within the court's broader intrigue. We were all stranded in a harrowing narrative, the fear that coiled like a serpent around us, constricting our very breath. As I continued to survey my surroundings, the sense of encroaching darkness loomed larger. Shadows lengthened like phantoms stretching outwards, grasping for what was left of their hope. I could feel the chill of anticipation creeping under my skin, prickling my instincts. Something was coming, something that could very well redefine our fates. My heartbeat quickened, the silence ringing in my ears, a prelude to the chaos lurking just beyond the visible. I took a breath, summoning the calm that had seen me through countless treacherous dances in court. There was beauty in the despair, a haunting rhythm to the lament of the survivors. Each shiver of the air sang a dirge, and I was caught in its cadence. The flickering flames cast long shadows upon the twisted ground, shaping a dismal tapestry of survival and anguish. As the final rays of sunlight surrendered to the darkness, I couldn't shake the premonition that our stories were entangled, a web of tragic destiny waiting to unravel. The dim light of the cramped canvas shelter was stifling, filtering through the tattered edges like secrets waiting to be revealed. I ducked beneath a low beam, moving carefully to avoid stepping on discarded bandages and muddy linen, the shadows of the past clinging to each corner, suffocating yet familiar. It was here that I found Eric, leaning casually against a broken wooden post, a fleeting image of nonchalance in the midst of despair. He caught sight of me, his signature rakish grin flickering like the shadows, though I sensed an undercurrent of watchfulness in his vibrant green eyes. With deft movements, he folded a roll of bandaged linen, passing it to an injured man who accepted it with gratitude tinged by disbelief. I could see the tension in Eric's shoulders, masked beneath his carefree demeanor. He was playing a role just as we all did amidst this wreckage. "I'm just here to help," he murmured, his voice low and laced with that familiar charm that felt like a balm against the chaos around us. Yet, the flicker in his gaze suggested he was much more aware of the darkness that swirled outside our fragile cocoon. "Help may come in many forms," I replied, the weight of my words punctuated by the firm set of my mouth. A slow, deliberate nod followed, a shared understanding igniting briefly in the space between us, warm against the chill that had settled in our bones. As our hands brushed while exchanging supplies, a jolt of recognition passed between us, a connection forged in past warmth now tinged with the cold bite of reality. It felt like a lifetime since we'd played in the gardens of our houses, laughing and scheming with dreams unfurling before us. That innocence had faded beneath the weight of responsibility and conflict, leaving echoes of our childhood laughter buried beneath layers of political intrigue and unspoken fears. "What have you heard about Anya?" he asked, casual words fraught with an intensity that belied his easy posture. There was an edge to his voice, an urgency I hadn't missed. In those seconds, the distance between us collapsed. I could see the worry coiling around his heart, a protective instinct woven through every unguarded glance. "Too much, and yet not enough," I said, keeping my tone measured to mask the torrent of uncertainty surging within. "She's changed, and I worry it may not be for the better." A palpable tension hung between us, drawn tight as the threads of our destinies twisted under unseen forces. His expression shifted slightly, something darker flashing in his eyes. "We are all changing," he observed, his words like sharp blades, dissecting the facade we had so carefully cultivated. "What choice do we have but to adapt?" His tone was playful yet wrought with sincerity, a tightrope between a jest and a grim truth. A silence followed, heavy and reflective. It seemed as though the very fabric of our existence hung in that moment, tethered to memories of laughter, now marred by the uncertainties of our world. The shadows of the shelter danced with an eerie life of their own, stretching closer as if to join our quietude in intimate conspiracy. "How long until something snaps?" I mused, my voice barely above a whisper. "The survivors, do you think they will hold together as we march further into this night? Do they have a choice?" Eric countered, his eyes never leaving mine. "None of us do. Not anymore." As I studied him, I could see the weariness etched upon his features, the toll of the world we navigated together weighing heavily on his spirit. Yet he retained that carefree air, that enchanting mask to charm others into a semblance of ease. Behind his grin lay sharp intelligence, the sharp edges of a mind forever strategizing. The space between us buzzed with an unsaid agreement, a bond strained by the conflicts outside, but still resolutely intact. In that dimness our fingers lingered, an electric reminder of all that we'd once hoped for, yet felt so distant now. The faint sound of a crackling campfire hummed in the backdrop, but within the shelter, it was our soft breaths that held the melody, punctuated by the unspoken knowledge that darkness awaited beyond the worn fabric of our refuge. As I turned to leave, an unsettling feeling clung to me, a cautionary whisper in the recesses of my mind. Something was shifting in our world, a tension coiling tighter with each breath. I could sense it, could taste the dread edging into our realities. Just as the shadows retreated, momentarily falling behind our calculated steps, I couldn't help but feel they would soon return, driven by an unseen force dragging us further into an uncertain fate. As dusk settled over the survivor camp, an uneasy stillness cloaked the land, washing over everything like a shroud of encroaching night. The flickering flames fought desperately against the thickening shadows, their glow diminishing as the remnants of daylight surrendered to the growing abyss. Tension thickened in the air, palpable and charged, sending shivers down my spine as I cast cautious glances toward the edges of the camp. The low rasping of breath permeated the darkness, a sound not entirely of this world, reverberating through the settling silence. In the corners of my vision, I could see movement, an unnatural stalking, creeping between broken crates and shattered remnants of wooden signs, each step precise yet grotesque. My heart raced, thrumming against the confines of my chest, the instinctive fear wrapping itself around my throat. There, amidst the twisted wreckage of their former lives, it revealed itself, a creature like no other. Its form was a mockery of nature. Elongated limbs twisted in grotesque angles, the skin pulled tight over bones that jutted outward stark against the soft earth. Every shudder of its body spoke of a dark, malevolent intelligence as it paused, head tilting in a grotesque mimicry of curiosity. Fear pulsed through the camp, an electric tremor as murmurs rippled among the survivors, their eyes wide and searching. Some backed away from the fires, seeking the comfort of company, while others remained transfixed by the horror before us. The child who had clutched her doll earlier now held it close, silent tears streaming down her cheeks as she witnessed the raw terror unfolding. A flicker of light caught the creature's distorted eyes, a muted glow illuminating the stark scarlet hue that lay beneath its surface. I shivered as a growl rumbled deep within its throat, sending waves of dread rolling through the survivors, an unspoken acknowledgement of our shared fate hanging heavy in the air. It lingered there, framed against the dying flames, suspended in the space between us and the dark that awaited beyond. "Get back!" I shouted, though the command felt inadequate against the weight of dread that wrapped its fingers around my heart. The survivors reacted instinctively, a chorus of panic igniting as some stumbled over themselves in their haste to retreat toward the crumbling safety of the tents. Yet I remained rooted to the spot, caught between flight and the compulsion to understand. The creature moved with unnatural precision, advancing slowly yet purposefully, as if time itself had ceased to hold meaning in its presence. It crept closer, shadows enveloping it with each heartbeat that passed, its breath a chilling reminder of the darkness we could not escape. The sound resonated around us, ricocheting off the twisted remnants of their past lives, winding around my mind like a serpent ready to strike. Then, as quickly as it had come, the creature slipped away, drawn back into the depths of darkness, leaving a lingering imprint of dread upon our souls. I watched as its distorted shape melted into the shadows, the grotesque outline disappearing with a final, threatening growl that echoed long after it had gone. Silence descended, heavier than the night air, suffocating and loaded with the weight of what had just transpired. My mind reeled, grappling with the reality that the monster was not merely a figment of our fears, it was a promise of what lay in wait for us, ever present on the fringes of our lives. I could feel the gaze of the survivors upon me as their breaths steadied, a shared understanding threading through the fragile air that remained. We were bound in our dread, united not by the echoes of laughter from our childhood, but by the chilling silence of what was to come. The night pressed in around us, creeping closer, reminding us that survival hung by the thinnest thread, fraying and wavering as uncertainty beckoned from the depths. Chapter 8. The Mentor's Gambit. I stood within the hidden sanctum, the chill of damp stone against my skin as I traced my fingers along the altar's surface. Each glistening scratch seemed to whisper secrets of the night, and the villagers, kneeling before me bound in rusty iron, were but shadows of what they once were, their muffled cries echoing through the suffocating air. The light flickered in my brass candelabra, drawing the shadows close as I prepared to summon truths buried too deep for daylight to uncover. The altar itself, a grim monument to forgotten rituals, held a dark, irresistible allure. Carved runes spiraled outward like the gnarled roots of ancient trees, winding towards the center where the sigil of blood awaited my touch. It pulsed like a heart, each beat echoing in harmony with the whispers of those forced into submission. The stone walls bore witness to unholy ceremonies long abandoned, now a tomb for the willful and the wicked, sealed tight in the embrace of chilling silence. Before me the captives cowered, pale faces etched with fear, eyes wide and glistening with unshed tears. I could taste their desperation, a pungent blend of despair and defiance that clung to the air, mingling with the dampness around us. They were an unfortunate congregation, drawn from the surrounding villages by circumstance and fate, with no choice but to kneel before the altar of my designs. Each muffled scream rang like a clarion call, a reminder that hope was a fleeting shadow, and I, the arbiter of this dark rite, had the power to extinguish it entirely. Raising the candelabra high, I allowed the flickering flames to reveal the precise nature of my sanctuary. The way they danced, casting distorted shapes on the walls, transformed the chamber into an otherworldly theater of horrors. I savored the way the light enveloped the runes, highlighting their grotesque elegance, which seemed to throb in time with the captive's whimpers. Existo veritas, I intoned, the words slipping from my lips like poison, deliberate and languid. I felt their weight, the centuries of magic woven into those syllables, a tapestry of binding and revelation. I scanned the terrified faces before me, each one reflecting a multitude of horrors, as they awaited the unthinkable. The air thickened around us, heavy with the energy I had summoned, laden with an almost tangible dread. My palm pressed against the sigil drawn in dark, congealed blood, its surface warm, pulsing like the life that it claimed. The moment felt suspended in time, as if reality held its breath in anticipation. The chains binding my captives clanked as they writhed in their desperation, the splintering of wood echoing the torment of their souls, enhancing the sacredness of this abhorrent gathering. They did not know the true power of my incantation, nor did they grasp the depths of their own significance within the grand design I had laid out. As I began my rhythmic chants, their sounds melded into a chorus of impending doom, clashing notes that built upon one another with every beat of my heart. The weight of my resolve bolstered each word. I could feel the arcane forces coiling, ready to unravel the fabric of reality itself, a palpable force thrumming beneath my skin. I was a maestro, conducting this unholy symphony, as shadows writhed and flickered with anticipation. I could almost hear the whispers of the darkened gods beckoning from beyond the veil, ready to break free and reclaim what was theirs. In that chamber, the past and future collided. My captives, still alive in their fear, filled the void with their cries, distant memories surfacing like unwelcome specters. I pressed on, fervently intoning the ancient words, urging the darkness to respond, hoping to awaken the sleeping power slumbering beneath the surface. The resonance grew, magnifying in intensity, each utterance drawing nearer to the final crescendo. The captives' cries escalated into an agonizing crescendo, despair manifesting in tangible forms. They knew, deep down, that their fates were interwoven with mine, bound by the ancient magic that I had chosen to unleash upon them. As I raised my hand to the sky, fingers trembling, I could feel the power coursing through me. With the ceremonial dagger in my grip, I was poised to transform fear into something far more primal, something that would resonate long after this night faded into obscurity. I had summoned them here for a purpose cloaked in shadows and draped in blood, and soon they would bear witness to the transcendence of my design. The very air crackled with energy as reality began to warp and twist around us, warning me that I was standing at the precipice of something immense. Time had no meaning in that darkened sanctum, only the cacophony of flesh and magic echoing within those cold, unforgiving walls. And in the heart of it all, I remained, calculating, deliberate, waiting for the moment when the veil would be torn asunder, revealing the truth that lay hidden within the horrors we were about to unleash. The air thrummed around me, electric and alive, as the incantations rolled from my tongue like molten fire. The villagers' cries, frantic and raw, converged into a singular howl, each note piercing the fabric of reality itself. I reveled in the moment, where fear became my ally, a weapon forged in blood and despair, while I stood poised to bring forth something unfathomable from the depths of the darkened cosmos. The flickering light danced madly now, illuminating the chaos swirling in the chamber. Shadows collided with trembling flickers, wrapping around me like lovers in an intimate embrace. Each syllable was a brushstroke on the canvas of the night, my power swelling within me, nearly tangible, a tidal wave that threatened to break free from the confines of the stone altar. The villagers, their faces contorted in the agonizing performance of terror, shrieked as the energies coalesced, their sounds merging into a gut-wrenching symphony of hopelessness. Their limbs quaked as desperation set in. They were trapped, ensnared in a web of magic spun from my cunning mind. I could feel their dread mounting, a crescendo that resonated within my very being, igniting something primal inside of me. A thrill coursed through my veins, intoxicating yet sharply tainted with a twinge of horror. I lifted the ceremonial dagger, its blade glinting with a promise of both pain and transcendence, as a weighty dread clung to the atmosphere. I could see my own reflection in the polished metal, an image I barely recognized, part creator, part destroyer. I steadied my hand, my heart pounding in time with the villagers' gasps. The light seemed to focus, centering on the altar as if the cosmos itself acknowledged our shared desperation. As I began to trace the air with the blade, the incantations reached a fever pitch. The rhythm built, drowning out every thought, until all that remained was the need to pierce the veil, to release whatever it was that lay bound beneath our desperate pleas. A shimmer of darkness began to ripple from the altar's heart, coiling into the air like smoke from a funeral pyre. And then it came. A blinding flash erupted from the altar, tearing the night asunder. The villagers screamed, their cries now discordant notes that danced erratically in my ears, blending into an unholy cacophony. A grotesque figure materialized before me, swathed in shadow, twisting and contorting into forms that should not exist. It towered, amorphous and dripping with malice, a shifting nightmare that defied all reason. I staggered back, jaw slack and breath caught in my throat. The mere sight of it seized me, a visceral mixture of awe and horror flooding my senses. It undulated with a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the world itself, its surface glimmering with fractured light that twisted into unbearable shapes. I could sense its gaze upon me, a coldness that froze the marrow in my bones, a knowing that penetrated the very core of my existence. The captive's terror ratcheted up another notch, each scream punctuated with raw desperation as they witnessed the unfurling of something ancient, powerful, and malevolent. I could feel the tide of their horror swelling, rippling outward, as though they were the very vessel of this chaos unleashed upon us. I was no longer in control. The creature's emergence had commandeered my intent, the very energies I sought to master now spiraling beyond my grasp. As I stumbled back further, grappling with the depth of what I had awoken, a surge of realization pierced through me. This being, this monstrous enigma was not merely a tool but a sovereign entity, unconstrained and furious in its awakening. The electric energy thrumming in the air faded, replaced by an oppressive silence, as though the world had paused to bear witness to my folly. With every ounce of my cunning mind, I attempted to rally myself, yet as the flickering shadows twisted and writhed, enveloping my understanding, I found my thoughts tethered to an inescapable dread. This was the consequence of my ambition, the fruits of dark magic, reaped and laid bare before me, the horrifying visage of what it truly meant to beckon the unknown into the light. The night settled heavily around us, filled with unspoken threats as the figure loomed, casting a distorted silhouette against the stone walls, mocking my intentions, my very existence. And at that moment, as the air thrummed with an insatiable hunger, I realized I had become both master and pawn, ensnared in a game with no foreseeable end. Wiping the bead of sweat from my brow, I stepped forward into the flickering chaos. The weight of my ambition threatened to crush me underfoot, yet I remained resolute. The altar had birthed something dark and unyielding, and the time for recklessness had passed. Now was the moment for precision, a rekindling of control, as I sought out the only ally capable of navigating the shadows I had conjured. As I moved toward the pedestal, the floating rune-etched scroll danced above a basin of liquid light, shimmering like the stars trapped beneath a thin veil of glass. The symbols pulsated with a vibrancy that spoke of ancient knowledge and power. They were my lifeline amid the tumult. I could feel the air thickening around me, heavy with remnants of terror, as the villagers remained crumpled in their bindings, fearful observers to a dark fate. My fingers trembled slightly as I reached for the scroll, brushing against the ethereal script that flickered with ethereal energy. With deliberate strokes, I inscribed glowing sigils into the air above my open palm. Each mark shone with electric blue radiance, a lifeline thrown amidst the tumultuous darkness that surrounded me. The urgency surged through me. I was racing against an unseen enemy, the towering entity looming just behind my shoulder, hungry and watchful. "Isolde, heed my call," my voice rang out clearly, carrying with it a blend of desperation and command, resounding within the stone confines of the chamber. The syllables felt rich with history, interwoven with the memories of shared struggles and whispered secrets. I trusted her to hear me, to feel the weight of the chaos that wrapped around us, cocooning us in dread. The symbols coalesced, drifting toward the shadowed corner of the sanctum where I felt her presence flickering like a candle in the wind. I could almost envision her emerald eyes cutting through the darkness, capable of dispelling the despair that saturated the air. My heartbeat thrummed with purpose, an incessant reminder of the life we had both dedicated ourselves to, a fight against the encroaching shadows. As the scroll's glowing script began to unspool, a sense of inevitability wrapped itself around me, binding me to the swirling vortex of light that formed before my gaze. I watched intently as it spiraled outwards, tracing a path beyond what the eye could see, beckoning to the only force that could balance the scales I had recklessly tipped. The sigils flickered, and with them I could feel the distant whispers of magic stirring, the last echoes of the sacrificial screams receding, giving way to a new energy surging through the chamber. It was charged, pregnant with possibilities, yet tainted by the sins of the night. I could only hope she understood the implications of what I had summoned, the cost of the actions set in motion. In that breathless moment, the sigils drifted closer, coalescing into a singular pulse, mirroring the collective rhythm of my heart, a summoning of light, an invitation amidst the darkness. I stood amidst the ruins of my ambition, fingers trembling over the glowing runes, knowing that the next heartbeat would seal our fates. As the final runes faded into the ether, their essence enveloping the void, I could only brace myself for the arrival of Isolde. She was the key, the balance, and perhaps my only salvation in a world unraveling at the seams. I could almost taste the anticipation thicken the air, mingling with the lingering dread, as the vortex responded, a churning mass of chaos and light swirling at the edges of our fraying reality, marking the onset of something irrevocably altered. The shadows danced close, but the echoes of what had transpired still lingered, ensuring that no one would forget the price we would pay for knowledge untempered by restraint. Chapter 9: Fractured Loyalties. The chamber swallowed light, the high ceilings looming like the shadow of judgment over me as I stepped inside. Lady Elspeth von Albrecht, carved from the very stone of her heritage, gripped the edge of the table, her gloved hand stark against the rich oak. A single flickering candle danced a spectral waltz upon the parchment scattered across the table, illuminating the sharp angles of Dame Giselle Athelstone's face as she awaited my words, a serpent poised to strike. "Lady Elspeth," Giselle began, her voice laced with the cadence of aristocratic grace, yet there was an edge, a clipped syllable that belied her formality. Her hands rested neatly on the table, perfectly folded, as though she prepared for a duel rather than a discussion. The air was thick with the kind of tension that hung in the space just before a thunderstorm breaks, pregnant with potential chaos. I leaned against the table, the cool wood biting into my palms. "We cannot let this corruption continue." My voice was a whisper, though it felt more like a battle cry. I sensed the weight of those words hanging between us, buoyed by the danger they entailed, cloaked in shadows cast by the solitary candle. Giselle's eyes narrowed, sharp gray glints reflecting the light in a way that made them seem all the more piercing. "An alliance may be our only escape," she replied, words measured and precise, each one a step into a deeper dance with peril. Her tone hinted at an unspoken agreement beneath the surface, a delicate negotiation cloaked in politeness and caution. As we spoke, the flickering shadows coalesced into something haunting, playing across our features, intertwining our intentions with secrets hidden in the dim light. I could feel the pulse of the crystal resting atop a shelf hidden from view, its faint red glow throbbing softly, bearing witness to every calculated move. In this chamber, words held power, and I was all too aware of the cost of careless ones. Giselle leaned closer, an arch of her brow questioning the sincerity behind my convictions. "What of the risks?" she pressed, her posture unyielding, each movement an articulation of authority. Her voice dripped with the essence of political maneuvering, each phrase wrapped in layers of implications. I allowed a slow breath, letting the weight of uncertainty settle within my chest. "The corruption is festering, a wound left unattended," I replied, my heart echoing the unsteady rhythm of dread, much like the wax threatening to drip from the candle's melting form. "We are bound by blood, by house. It is time to act with resolve, lest we be swept away in the tide." A flicker of respect ignited in her eyes, though masked by her unflinching facade. "Then we must tread carefully," she said, voice steady as the stone beneath us. "An alliance is as fragile as it is vital. Trust is a currency we cannot afford to squander." With that, the pulse of the crystal behind us quickened, echoing the treacherous nature of our words and the undercurrents lurking just out of sight. Each confession woven into the shadows stood testament to our failures and hopes. This was our choice, the brink of an alliance birthed from the depths of desperation. As the conversation deepened, our dialogue spun threads of urgency and dread. It was a game, a brilliant tapestry of power played between us. Lady Elspeth's steady resolve clashed with Giselle's intricate plotting, every statement like a move upon a board littered with stakes higher than we dared to acknowledge. "Is the allegiance of our houses worth the risk of sharing such vital secrets?" Giselle asked, her voice lowering, a whisper that lingered, merging with the candle's flicker. "The heart of our houses beats together, as wretched and malformed as it may be," I replied, feeling the bonds that tied our fates knot tighter with every exchanged word. "We must do what must be done. But we must ensure that the tapestry remains undamaged, for every unraveling thread holds the potential for disaster." For a fleeting moment, Giselle's mask slipped. I caught a glimpse of vulnerability before she schooled her features back into that predatory calm. Then we must forge a path through the darkness, Serafina. Each secret kept will be a burden shared, a pact formed in the shadows. It was at that moment that I felt the unseen weight of the crystal press upon us, capturing not just our words, but the essence of the promises forming between us. My heart raced, an echo of the tensions spiraling about the chamber. "Then we proceed," Lady Elspeth declared, her voice firm and unwavering, drowning the uncertainty within her conviction. "But heed this. If our path together falters, the consequences will be dire." As I prepared to answer, the door creaked open slightly, a whisper of air slipping through, chilling the atmosphere. We turned in unison, the weight of unspoken truths lingering heavily in the air, feeling as though a storm loomed outside, its winds ready to engulf us. The tension was almost palpable. I could feel the pulse of the crystal beneath our shared intentions, a witness to the dark pact being forged. The chamber, with its ancient walls and spectral shadows, bore silent witness to our agreement, the fragile thread of an alliance amidst corruption and decay. The chamber's silence shattered like glass as Eric Ambra burst through the door, his presence igniting the atmosphere with an electric urgency. His tall frame filled the doorway, coat-tails sweeping the stone floor as he advanced, eyes bright with a mixture of mischief and alarm. The stillness that had shrouded Lady Elspeth and Dame Giselle's conversation vanished in an instant, the air now thick with a brewing tempest. "Ladies," he announced, the gravity of his tone drawing immediate attention. "A rebel army gathers, led by the Lightbringer." The name echoed in the dim chamber, like an ill omen breathed into being. My heart quickened, the darkness looming outside the walls creeping closer, gnawing at the edges of our fragile alliance. Lady Elspeth's expression transformed, her regal features hardening as she shifted into the protective matriarch. She turned her attention to Eric, the flickering candlelight illuminating her sharp features in sharp contrast to the shadows. "What do you mean?" she demanded, her voice steady but tinged with an undertow of fear. Giselle sat upright, hands still folded, yet the calculating glint in her eyes reflected the shift in their power dynamic. She regarded Eric with sharp interest. "Tell us everything," she ordered, each word sharp as a dagger poised for the strike. Eric wasted no time, his urgency spilling forth as he unfurled a crudely drawn map across the table. The parchment crinkled beneath his fingers, revealing smudged marks and hasty outlines of territories. Candlelight flickered, illuminating regions of chaotic scribbles that signified the spreading threat. "The Lightbringer rallies those who've long been silenced by our houses," he explained, voice rising above the unsettling whispers of the chamber. His gaze darted between the two women, the flame dancing in his bright green eyes. "These factions grow bolder, emboldened by our internal strife. If we do not act, they will consume us whole." As he gestured over the map, tracing lines that represented the movement of rebel forces, my mind raced. Each finger marking the battlegrounds where our resolve would be tested. The urgency in Eric's tone, the heat of his breath mingling with the cool chamber air, ignited a fire beneath the surface of our solemn discussions. Lady Elspeth clenched her jaw, a move instinctive, her maternal instincts flaring. "We cannot allow them to breach our walls," she asserted. "Not now, not after all we have sacrificed." Her posture commanded authority, her hands gripping the edge of the table, much like a captain preparing to defend her ship against a tempest. Meanwhile, Giselle's sharp gaze flickered over the map, her analytical mind already calculating the political ramifications of Eric's revelation. "They cannot be allowed to unite their forces," she mused, voice steady as she weighed their options. "We must strike first, control the narrative." Eric leaned forward, fervor in his voice. We need to rally our forces quickly. We cannot risk underestimating them. The intensity of his urgency was tangible, the stakes palpable, as the chamber filled with unspoken fears. Their differing perspectives twined in the air, igniting sparks that would either forge an alliance or send us careening toward disaster. Lady Elspeth's fierce protection clashed with Giselle's cold pragmatism, while Eric hovered between, a loyal bridge that bound us together. What do we do? I found myself asking, my heart pounding against the weight of their discussions, desperate to find a place in this unfolding chaos. Elspeth looked at me, a flicker of acknowledgement in her eyes. We fortify our defenses, she declared, tone uncompromising. Send word to our allies. The strength of our houses depends on immediate action. Giselle, ever the strategist, nodded but added a cautionary note. And we must tread lightly. The Lightbringer is known for his charisma. Rallying the lost will only empower their cause. She paused, her expression calculating. We must create a web of discontent amongst their ranks, stir distrust in their uprising. The conversations morphed, rapid exchanges punctuating the air as we deliberated. Eric's energy was infectious, propelling ideas into the flickering light, each voice rising and blending into a desperate melody of survival. The tension mounted with every word, feeding the fire that surged as the stakes became all too clear. As our collective resolve solidified, I felt the undercurrent of connection pulse between us. Each alliance forged in that chamber came with a price, the shadows flickering with each whispered promise. We stood at a crossroads, our paths now entangled in a narrative dictated by impending chaos. As I glanced towards the pulsing crystal that stood guard, I wondered how many secrets it would keep. I turned back, looking into the faces of the women who were both my allies and the echoes of my past. Our future hung in the balance, a fragile thread waiting for fate's hand to intervene. The decision is made then, Eric announced, determination igniting his voice. We act swiftly and with precision, lest the Lightbringer's forces engulf us in a wave of fervor and revenge. The room felt alive with the gravity of our agreement, shadows shuddering against the walls, darkness threatening to surge through the cracks. Together we stood against the tide, our fates entwined, the world outside brimming with uncertainty. As I faced the path ahead, I knew this was only the beginning, and the true cost of our pact remained hidden, waiting to be revealed in the moments that lay ahead. Chapter 10: The Grimoire's Promise. The study was a coffin for secrets, its heavy oak desk cloaked in shadows, the flickering candlelight barely warming the chill of stone. An oppressive air settled within the cramped space, thickening with the weight of my aspirations. Before me, the Crimson Grimoire lay open, its ancient pages quivering like the heart of a beast, eager to unveil the knowledge of the dead. My fingers hovered above the swirling ink, trembling not from fear, but from the intoxicating promise of the dark magic that called to me. I shifted in my seat, the chair creaking beneath my slight frame, echoing the weight of my family's expectations pressing down like an iron crown. The candles sputtered beside me, casting erratic shadows that twisted along the walls, dancing with echoes of memories long since past. My long dark hair fell over my shoulders, partly shielding me from the realities outside this sanctuary, allowing me to dive deeper into the world where whispers of necromancy melded with the sighs of the forgotten. The grimoire's pages were aged and brittle, yet the text within was alive, breathing whispers of power. The swirling ink danced in the flickering light, beckoning me to unlock its secrets. I traced a finger along the inscriptions, feeling the charged energy humming beneath my skin, a dark promise tantalizing my rational mind. I couldn't help but feel an odd affinity with the power this book held, its existence a taunt to my upbringing, a siren song that sang louder with each pulse of forbidden knowledge. I inhaled, taking in the musty scent of parchment mixed with the sweet undertone of burning wax, and pressed my fingertips to the page. The words beneath my touch sparked an almost electric sensation, a subtle thrill racing through me, awakening an understanding that I had buried in the pursuit of virtue. The question lingered, like the bittersweet taste of nostalgia. Did I desire the knowledge within these pages, or was I merely ensnared by the promise of power that my bloodline demanded? A rustle of paper startled me, snapping my attention away from the grimoire's embrace. I glanced toward the heavy wooden door, heart thudding like a distant drum, expecting a visitor who might disrupt this delicate moment. Each breath was shallow, and I pressed my palm harder against the page, feeling as though I were anchoring myself in this tangled web of fate. As the room's energy pulsed like a heartbeat, I could feel the grimoire drawing me closer, pulling my very essence into its depths. I sensed a shift, a familiar tension settling around me, as if the walls themselves leaned in closer, eager to eavesdrop on my thoughts. My gaze fell again to the grimoire, and as the candle flickered in protest, my eyes caught the unnatural crimson glint that burned beneath my lashes, a reflection of a yearning for knowledge that bordered on obsession. It was a burden that came with my heritage, inherited from the generations that walked the fine line between life and death, yet one I often wished to cast aside. But in that moment, as the ink beckoned me, and the air grew thick with anticipation, I couldn't quell the wild urge to dive deeper, to explore the shadowed territories of magic my family had kept so meticulously hidden. It felt as if destiny itself was waiting, a cloak draped around my shoulders, whispering secrets only I could decipher. And yet, that very urge held a darkness, an undertow of despair that threatened to swallow me whole. The study, despite its solemn beauty, was but a backdrop to my internal struggle. I was a reluctant heir, poised at the edge of a precipice, caught between the responsibilities I bore and the yearning to carve my own path. This quiet space became an arena where my doubts would soon clash with the truths I uncovered. Each word of the grimoire shimmered under my fingertips, a ghostly luminescence leading me further down the winding path of necromancy, a path my family had cultivated but I had begun to question. Did the knowledge empower me, or would it become my chains? The weight of that question settled over me like a shroud, heavy and foreboding. As I gazed deeper into the spiraling text, I could almost hear the faint echoes of the dead thrumming through the air, beckoning me to join their spectral ranks. I turned the page, the rustling sound swelling in the silence, an overture to the opera of chaos that lay ahead. Shadows stretched in corners of the room, grotesque silhouettes that could easily transform into phantoms of despair or harbingers of rebirth. They whispered of unfulfilled desires and dark alliances, tales of retribution waiting to be born from the ashes of mortality. But for now I was anchored in this moment, my heart a fragile vessel caught between the worlds of light and shadow. And as I read on, the candle's flame wavered once more, casting an ominous reminder that this sacred space was alive, pulsing with every thought and intention, an ever-watchful witness to the decisions I would soon make. The study was cloaked in heavy silence when the door creaked open, revealing the presence of Isolde, a vivid contrast to the shadows that enveloped me. Her entrance seemed to alter the very fabric of the air, each deliberate step a whisper of autumn leaves, promising both wisdom and warning in the looming darkness of my decisions. Isolde Silvestri stood there, framed by the doorway, a vision woven from the threads of nature herself. Her flowing red hair cascaded like the vibrant hues of a dying sunset, catching the dim light with a brilliance that felt out of place within the manor's decaying confines. The earthy tones of her attire appeared alive, patterns of vines and leaves seemingly shifting with every movement, embracing her as though nature had draped its own tapestry across her shoulders. I felt an instinctual shiver, not out of fear, but from the ancient knowledge she carried. As she lowered her hood, emerald eyes met my own, steady, assessing, and yet impossibly tender. In that shared glance, the air thickened, charged with the unspoken understanding of our disparate paths. I braced myself for the words I knew would come, their echo reverberating within the confines of my mind, tangled in the web of my aspirations. "Anya," she began, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves against a breeze, "you must turn away from this cursed path." Each syllable rolled off her tongue with purpose, enveloping me in a shroud of caution that felt both gentle and forceful. The gesture toward the open grimoire was made with a delicate precision, her fingers tightening around the silver pendant at her throat, a protective talisman against the darkness she perceived. I shifted, an involuntary reaction to her admonition, the flicker of unease unspooling within me like the pages of the grimoire itself. "Isolde, you know as well as I do that this is my destiny," I replied, the words leaving my lips coated in defiance even as a tremor of doubt wormed its way into my heart. "You understand the weight of our lineage." Her gaze deepened, revealing an ancient sorrow. "And do you understand the cost? Power in our blood carries shadows that fester in the corners of our souls." The world around us seemed to dim in the wake of her truth, the very air becoming taut, as she stood before me, a paragon of wisdom cloaked in enigma. In that moment, time felt suspended, our two existences intertwined within the study's hushed ambiance, where whispers of magic brushed against the stone walls. I was caught in a delicate balance, my pulse quickening with each heartbeat, a drum echoing the turmoil of my thoughts. The memory of her voice was like a shadow fluttering just beyond my reach, the wisdom of ages both urging me to proceed and warning me of peril. "What would you have me do?" I asked, the sharpness of my tone slicing through the weighty silence. "Ignore what lies before me? Cast aside the legacy of House von Albrecht?" A flicker of pain crossed Isolde's expression, her brow furrowing ever so slightly. "There is a difference between legacy and imprisonment," she countered, a hint of vulnerability threading through her words. "Your path need not be paved with the bodies of the fallen." My breath caught, her reminder echoing hauntingly within the study's walls. The grimoire's ancient text seemed to shimmer more brightly in response to our exchange, each symbol a siren call that promised not just knowledge, but transformation, a metamorphosis that could awaken desires I had buried deep. A brief silence enveloped us, the charged energy crackling in the air as we absorbed one another's intentions, laying bare the currents swirling around us. My fingers curled around the edge of the book, knuckles turning white as I held my breath, my thoughts wrestling between the ideals my upbringing had instilled and the darker truths Isolde laid bare. She took a step closer, her presence softening, an outstretched hand to soothe the chaos stirring within. "You have a choice," Isolde said, her voice imbued with a strength that felt almost tangible. "You can forge a new legacy, one where your heart leads and not the dark roots of our heritage." The weight of her gaze bore into me, pulling forth the flickering light of my moral compass, and I faltered. "You speak as though our blood does not define us," I murmured, feeling an unfamiliar vulnerability settling within the hollow of my chest. "Only if you allow it," Isolde replied, her words an incantation that twisted my perception of destiny. "The natural order is not a straight line, it bends and curves, adapting to the choices of the soul. Seek balance instead of dominance, Anya." Our eyes locked in an electric moment, and I felt the uncertainty ricochet between us, a collision of my aspiration and the fear that anchored me in the past. Just as I was about to articulate the spiral of thoughts battling for dominance in my mind, a low, reverberating rumble erupted from the depths of the manor, shaking the very foundation beneath our feet. Dust fell from the ceiling like the fragments of our discussion, and we both turned our heads upward instinctively, startled by the disruption that carved a path through the tension that had previously enveloped us. Isolde's grip on my arm was firm, and the world around us began to blur, the sanctity of the moment dissipating like smoke against the wild air. "What was that?" I gasped, my heart thrumming with the newfound anxiety that swept through the study. Outside, a distant guttural sound began to crescendo, echoing with an ominous undertone that felt like a call to darkness, stirring the very essence of the shadows that thrived within these walls. "We must," Isolde started, urgency shaping her words, but the candles flickered violently, and the world seemed to throb with anticipation. In that fragmented second, with a shared glance between us that spoke volumes of understanding, we moved toward the arched window, compelled by a need to witness the cause of the disturbance that lay beyond. The manor quivered around us, the reverberations rattling through the floorboards and rising in a dull crescendo that set my heart racing. It was as though the very stones of Albrecht Manor held their breath, the stillness before an impending storm heavy in the air, thick with the acrid taste of foreboding. Dust fell like ash from the rafters, particles illuminated by the flickering candlelight, drifting in a ghostly ballet that punctuated the silence that followed. "Anya!" Isolde's voice cut through the haze of fear that settled in the pit of my stomach. Her eyes were wide, glowing with urgency, and the tension in her grip on my arm solidified like iron. "We need to understand what is happening." The walls trembled again, a deep guttural growl resonating from the depths of the manor. I felt it crawl up my spine, a sinister promise that sent a chill racing through my veins. The study, once a sanctuary of knowledge, morphed into a chamber of dread, its shadows closing in around us like tightening tendrils. What could cause such a disturbance? I barely managed to murmur, my voice thin and wavering. My heart raced, thrumming loudly against my ribs, an instinctive response to an unseen menace. "What is out there?" The tremors intensified, shaking the very foundation of the manor, sending tremors through the ground beneath our feet, a reminder of our precarious place at the intersection of magic and mortality. Isolde stepped closer to me, her presence both grounding and alarming, a tether in the rising chaos. "The magic, it feels corrupt," she whispered, a shudder threading through her tone. "It could be a surge from Shadowmere, a consequence of meddling with forces beyond our understanding." Shadows danced along the walls, their grotesque forms seemingly animated by the echo of impending doom that roared from afar. The sensation grew sharper, the air thickening with the weight of darkness that seeped into our minds. I could taste the impending threat on my tongue, metallic and acrid, a warning whispered in every rustle of the dying flame. In a shared gesture, we moved toward the arched window, compelled to look outside. I reached out to grasp the edge of the wooden frame, fingers trembling as I peered through the glass that felt like a barrier between us and the encroaching storm. The outside world revealed itself in a tumult of crimson light, glowing menacingly along the horizon, pulsating with an energy that felt both alluring and deeply wrong. There, just beyond the boundary of the manor, the landscape of Shadowmere shimmered ominously, a realm twisted by dark magic and spectral manifestations, alive with the echoes of suffering that had come to roost. I felt the pull of that darkness, calling to something within me, and my heart ached with longing and terror as I surveyed the spectacle before us. "Anya, do not succumb to the temptation," Isolde cautioned, her voice firm, breaking the spell that had begun to weave itself around my mind. "This is not merely a spectacle, It is a harbinger of what may come. I turned to her, meeting her penetrating gaze with a mix of fear and defiance, grappling with the fire within me that roared in defiance of her warnings. But it's beautiful, Isolde. What if it can teach us? What if it holds answers we have sought? My words fell from my lips like embers, igniting the tension between us further. Power does not come without a price, Anya. The firmness in her tone shifted, wrapping around us both as if to shield us from the gathering storm. You must remember, we walk a delicate line. Do not let your thirst for knowledge blind you to the truth. As the crimson glow pulsed violently outside, a guttural roar crescendoed, shaking the very walls of the manor, the ominous echo matching the turmoil swirling within. The air thickened with a creeping dread, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as if time held its breath, teetering on the brink of calamity. With renewed urgency, Isolde's fingers tightened around my arm, pulling me closer. We must find shelter. We cannot let it overwhelm us. But her command felt like a double-edged sword, the certainty of her fear entwined with the whispers that danced along the edges of my own burgeoning ambition. The chaos outside was insistent, an invitation wrapped in the lure of power and potential knowledge. The impending disturbance escalated, and as we stood at the threshold between safety and darkness, I knew this moment would mark a turning point in my journey, a crossroads where I would either yield to the safety of restraint or dare to plunge headfirst into the deep turbulent waters of my fate. In that pivotal moment, as the shadows grew longer and the menace beyond beckoned with a feral hunger, the air around us shimmered, our destinies entwined, teetering on the brink of an unfathomable abyss, casting us into a future yet unwritten. Chapter 11: Siege of the Shattered City. The outskirts of Stormhaven quaked beneath the furious advance of the horde, each malformed figure snarling with a hunger that seemed to twist the very air around us. I stood at the barricade, the chill of my black cloak mingling with the heat of elemental fire as I barked orders. The battlefield was a maelstrom, echoing with the sounds of magic meeting flesh, an infernal cacophony of desperation and fury. From my vantage, the scene unfurled like a grotesque tapestry. Shadows flitted across the landscape, grotesque forms lumbering towards us, their jaws snapping as they bore down on our thin line of defense. These were not mere beasts, they bore the marks of corruption, eyes swirling with malevolence and hunger. With each guttural growl, they heralded doom. I tightened my grip on the stone wall, grounding myself amid the chaos, my elemental mages flanking me, poised and ready. They conjured blasts of fire and bolts of lightning, a blinding spectacle erupting in brilliant displays that illuminated the snarling features of our foes. Each strike sent a wave of heat, a wave of death crashing against the hordes. I could see it now, the charred remains scattering like leaves in a storm, a cruel reminder of our shared mortality. "Hold the line," I commanded, my voice cutting through the din. It was a simple phrase, laden with urgency and the weight of countless lives resting upon it. My soldiers, clad in heavy armor, clashed with the creatures, steel ringing against hideous forms, the sickening sound of bodies striking flesh filling the air. I could feel their fear, a palpable thing, mingling with desperation as they stood, resolute even as concrete shattered beneath the impact of magic and raw force. Cracked cobblestones gushed with dark ichor, pooling beneath our feet, as my mages poured their will into the onslaught. I could hear the crackle of lightning, a furious rebellion against the night. But for each creature felled, two more surged forward, their snarls rising to a fever pitch. Panic tugged at the edges of my mind, yet I shook it off, focusing on the looming mass. As the first line of our defenses faltered, I barked more commands, my tone crisp and forceful. "Focus the flames on the left flank. Do not yield." I drew upon the lingering power that coursed through me, my blood inherited from generations of Aethelstones, breeding an instinct for dominance and a thirst for control. The battlefield was a chaotic symphony, and I was its conductor, orchestrating fear and respect in equal measure. Yet, even as I issued orders, flickering thoughts encroached upon my clarity, memories I would rather not face swirling amidst the madness. The last time I had watched the city fall, had felt this much panic, had been before I was reborn as its defender. The taste of defeat was sour on my tongue, a bitter echo of shadows long past, but I forced it back. We would not repeat those failures. Not today. As we faced the onslaught, the horde surged like a dark tide. My heart pounded, a tribal drum echoing within the confines of my armor. I stepped closer to the edge of the barricade, summoning the bravado that came so easily to the seasoned, the courageous. For Stormhaven, I roared, drawing my soldiers together, igniting their fervor. With that, they responded, a roaring chorus of fury and courage. The clash escalated, each magical burst bringing the weight of despair against the horde, who were relentless in their advance. And yet, despite the brilliance of our magic, the pull of fear tugged at the corner of my consciousness, whispering of the overwhelming darkness that threatened to envelop us all. As I strained to maintain the formation, the shapes of those cursed creatures drew nearer. The raw force of them, against our crumbling wall, built an urgency I couldn't ignore. Reinforce the right side, I called, striving to maintain control amid the swelling chaos, knowing every second mattered, and every choice could be our last. I steeled myself against the flood of adrenaline, the brunt of duty coursing through me. The shadows we fought against threatened to swallow Stormhaven whole, and only through my will could we grasp at survival. In that moment, I became acutely aware of the warriors beside me, brave souls battling against the tide, each struggling against their own shadows as we clashed against the horde. But amidst this turmoil, my resolve hardened. I would not let fear rule the day. I would shatter their ranks or see our fate sealed. With a final guttural roar of command, I surged forward, wielding both strategy and magic, unyielding against the terror we faced. We would not falter, we would fight. The main avenue of Stormhaven dimmed, as I emerged from its shadows, a specter among the chaos, my form obscured by the swirling darkness that enveloped me. Behind, the remnants of my past shambled in unison, a grim retinue, each corpse moving with a disquieting purpose as they followed my command. The air was thick with the scent of destruction, a pungent reminder of death that hung heavily, palpable, electrifying the atmosphere. In that moment, I felt both the weight of my ancestry and the hunger of my power surging forth, intertwining in a twisted dance. My long dark hair whipped about my face, the echoes of past sins clinging to me like ghosts. I reached for the flickering light of the Crimson Grimoire, cradling its energy with deft fingers, feeling the pull of its dark magic coursing through me, a spectral whisper urging me to embrace the chaos. Ahead, I saw the figures of Cedric's elemental mages, bright bursts of flame and ferocity amidst the crumbling landscape of our once magnificent city. With each magical explosion that detonated in the distance, my retinue surged forth, reanimated corpses with hollow eyes fixated on our foe. Their limbs bore the marks of decay, yet I commanded their advance with a clarity that echoed through the air, a command born of my desire to conquer the legacy that bound me to this blood-soaked history. I felt the grotesque magic pulse around me as I raised a hand, invisible tendrils of necromancy curling around the air. "Forward," I murmured, barely more than a whisper, yet it resonated with an ancient power that coalesced into form. The dead moved without hesitation, shuffling over the debris-strewn streets with a macabre grace, feeding off the energy of the chaos that encircled us. The armies clashed in the distance, fire bursting against flesh, and amidst the madness my heart drummed in rhythm with their synchronized steps. Each step closer to Cedric's defenses brought a sick thrill, a perverse exhilaration twisted with dread. For as I advanced, I also felt the weight of the past. My family had raised me within the confines of noble expectations, pushing me toward traditions steeped in both dark arts and sunlight's brightness. Their vision was of glory, but I now questioned what that truly meant, as the smell of burnt flesh wafted across the battlefield. My hands bore the subtle markings of my craft, the symbols of necromancy, a wicked testament to a lineage that had long cast its shadow across this realm. The din of war intensified, elemental spells scattering the decayed remnants that had once been defenders of Stormhaven. With each fiery outburst that illuminated the growing darkness, I fought to steady myself amid a raging storm of emotion, ambition, anger, but also compassion for what had been lost. Would my necromancy bring salvation, or was I a harbinger of more death? I drew in a breath, summoning clarity, as the thrumming beat of the city's heart faded beneath the waves of chaos. Cedric's forces swelled ahead, a mass of indomitable energy clashing with mine as I commanded my retinue onward, urging them closer. The ground trembled beneath our march, the shadowy figures bearing the weight of my internal strife. I guided their movements with a mixture of caution and conviction, caught between the power of darkness and the desire to protect what remained of our world. The shattering of walls reverberated through the air, and with each explosion of light and shadow, I readied myself to unleash the force of my will. Cedric's soldiers, too caught in their fiery demise, began to falter, and as I felt the surge of victory rising within me, I began to issue the command that would pivot our fates. "Strike true, my children of death." I bellowed, the sound spilling forth from me, a combination of triumph and terror that echoed through the chaos. The undead responded as one, a singular force, as I plunged deeper into the night toward the blazing confrontation ahead. We would rise against the living, and my heritage would no longer haunt me but liberate me. My heart surged with the conviction of my lineage, but with it came the echo of warning, a knowing that lingered in the corners of my mind. In wielding this power, I danced upon the edge of a knife, threading the path between creation and annihilation. Would my forces prove victorious, or would they consume me whole in their wake? I thrust aside doubt, stepping into the inferno of magic and corpses, my will guiding our path forward. Crouched behind a pile of crumbling stone, I surveyed the battlefield, my heart racing as chaos erupted before me. The air crackled with elemental fury, illuminating the writhing mass of warriors and monsters in fits of incandescent brilliance. My dark attire hugged my frame, allowing for silent movement as I assessed the siege gate, an ancient relic now shrouded in rust and decay, its control panel half hidden among the debris. A scurry of motion to my left drew my eye. The grotesque creatures clashed with Cedric's forces, spells bursting forth like fireworks in a darkened sky. It was madness, chaos personified. Yet amid this insanity, my thoughts narrowed to the task at hand, the ancient mechanism of the heavy gate pulling me into its allure. The control panel was a thing of wonder and decay, marked with runes whose meanings had faded with time. With swift and practiced fingers, I brushed away the dust, exposing a network of rusted switches and tarnished levers. I could almost hear the whispers of forgotten battles that lingered in the remnants, a somber echoing that sent shivers down my spine. The choice before me surged like the magic in the air, exhilarating and terrifying all at once. I breathed deep, willing away the apprehension that clung to my thoughts like smoke. Memories of laughter with Anya, her wry smile and challenging gaze, flashed through my mind, a reminder of a friendship that was being tested in these dire moments. The thrill of betrayal wrapped tightly around my heart as I recalled the choices that had led us to this moment, her defiance and ambition clashing with my loyalty to House Umbra. Would this choice sever those bonds forever? A shudder ran through the control panel as I pried it open, my fingers moving deftly to activate the concealed switch, the uncertainty weighing heavy in my chest. I could feel the energies of the chaos thrumming through my veins, my heart thumping like a war drum, as I readied myself to push the lever down. "Come on," I whispered to myself, focusing on the mechanism as I balanced on the precipice of revelation. The clang of steel and cries of dying men echoed in the distance, every sound pushing me further toward action, urging me to hasten before the moment slipped away. I cast one last glance towards the chaotic battlefield, the allure of carnage quickening my resolve. With a decisive flick of my wrist, I pulled the lever down, and a low groan reverberated through the ground. It was an omen, perhaps, but the sound was drowned out by the collapsing wall beside me as I triggered the hidden passage that would unleash the tide upon Stormhaven. I watched, breathless, as the heavy barricade gave way, splintering and cracking, sending a cascade of stone crashing inward. The path opened like a maw, and from the shadows of the sewers, a torrent of creatures surged forth, howling and gnashing their teeth, a swarm unleashed. "Now," I breathed, marveling at the chaos I had set in motion. My heart raced, a whirlwind of triumph and dread swirling within me as the scene transformed before my eyes. Those unyielding, twisted forms ripped into the fray, marking the end of the tenuous hold Stormhaven had fought so desperately to maintain. Amid the chaos, I felt a jolt of satisfaction mingled with guilt coursing through my veins. I had crossed a line, unleashed a tide of darkness upon my friend's city, yet the whispers of allegiance to my house thrummed loudly in my mind, urging me onward. In that moment, I felt the fraying strands of loyalty tighten and twist as I slipped further into the shadows, hidden and unseen. Whatever awaited me in the aftermath would come. For now, the choice had been made, and I was resolute in my cunning. What came next was anyone's guess, but I had acted, and the consequences were now entwined with the fates of my friend, the noble ambitions of my family, and the very soul of Stormhaven itself. Chapter 12: Betrayal's Kiss. I stormed through the shattered archway of Stormhaven's ruined hall, my steps echoing against broken cobblestones that crumbled beneath a weight heavier than stone. The air hung thick with dust, a pale reminder of the grandeur that once filled these walls. Each breath was a battle, my heart thrumming in defiance against the spectral memories lingering within these crumbled ruins. I faced Serafina, poised near a toppled column, the sunlight casting her shadow long and unyielding, and lifted a trembling hand. "You betrayed me." The words emerged, hoarse and edged with defeat, resonating with the darkness settling over us. Her gaze flickered momentarily toward the remnants of stained banners, a visual echo of loyalty torn asunder. I did what I had to. The air between us thickened, alive with the tension of unspoken truths. I could see it in her eyes, the momentary flash of something I dared to believe was regret, but it was gone, replaced by the calculated glint that marked her as a creature of politics. Dust stirred around us as I tightened my fingers around the hilt of the dagger concealed at my waist, its dark stains a testament to both desperation and resolve. I had trained my entire life to navigate this world of shadows, to wield the powers entrusted to my bloodline, yet here I stood, disarmed before the one who had once been my closest ally. Her boots scraped against the debris as she shifted, circling me with a predatory grace. Our movements felt choreographed, marked by deliberate slowness and an unspoken understanding of the stakes at play. As I traced the contours of our past, I could feel the creeping horror of betrayal suffocating my thoughts. Serafina's playful banter from days long gone echoed in my ears, a stark contrast to the brittle silence of the moment. I wanted to scream at her, to unleash the tide of anguish that roiled within, but instead I faltered, caught between rage and despair. We danced amid the fallen rubble, our breaths mingling with the dust in the air. Her lithe form moved fluidly, ever cautious, while I sought the strength to stand tall, even as the weight of our history threatened to drag me into the depths. "What did you expect?" she challenged softly, a quiver of defiance threading through her words. "This is the world we chose." "Chose?" I scoffed, the bitterness slicing through my despair. "You think I chose this? You think I wanted to tear my family apart?" Each word was a sharpened blade, aimed to draw blood, to provoke a reaction. But she remained composed, her eyes like quicksilver, deceptive, dazzling, yet unforgiving. For a fleeting heartbeat, the world narrowed to just the two of us. I saw the ghost of the girl I had once known, vulnerable, loyal, and it twisted my heart. "Serafina, you're still my friend. Can't you see that? We can—" "Enough," she interjected, the force of her voice jarring me from the illusion. Her arms folded tightly against her chest, as if shielding herself from the emotional tempest swirling in the ruins. "What I did for us. For our houses. For our people." With those words, the moment shifted, taking on a gravity that threatened to pull us both under. I stood poised between the pillars of duty and affection, the remnants of our once unbreakable bond fraying like the banners around us. This wasn't just a fight between us, it was a clash of allegiances, the creaking foundations of families that would crumble if we let ourselves fall. Before we could plunge deeper into this spiral of anger and regret, an unholy silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the distant cacophony of a brewing storm outside, a symphony of chaos heralding darker tides. The world around us stilled, as if it too anticipated the outcome of our confrontation, the balance shifting with every word. I took a step forward, daring to bridge the abyss that had opened between us, yet I remained unmoving, anchored in a dance of emotional turbulence. Serafina watched me with a mix of amusement and trepidation, the expressions shifting like the clouds above, foreboding and chaotic. In that moment, I felt the stirrings of hope rise within me, mingled with despair. We stood at a precipice, eyes locked, and as our breaths intertwined, I knew that something profound was about to fracture, whether it was our relationship, our loyalty, or perhaps the very world we had chosen to fight for. But before I could grasp what it all meant, fate interjected with violent intent. The air trembled around us, filling with dust and cries that echoed from the depths of the shadows, drawing me into a chaos I was ill prepared for. The confrontation we held crumbled to dust, swallowed by the broader storm of rebellion and wrath that threatened to swallow us whole. The air around us vibrated with a growing clamor, a discordant symphony of chaos that heralded the arrival of the rebels. As if summoned by our confrontation, a ragged band burst into view, tearing through the debris-strewn avenue with the relentless ferocity of a storm unleashed. At their forefront, the Lightbringer strode with polished sword in hand, his warded helm glinting ominously in the blood-red light overhead, an avenging angel cloaked in shadows. "Stand down, witch," he bellowed, the command slicing through the tension like a dagger, pulling both Serafina and me into the moment. His voice was imbued with authority, each word booming with the weight of collective determination. Fellow rebels spilled into the scene like wildfire, boots pounding over shattered stone and splintered wood, as they joined the Lightbringer in a fierce wave, a force determined to reclaim this fallen bastion. The ground trembled beneath the onslaught, and I felt the thrill of adrenaline surge within me, intertwining with a growing sense of dread. Soldiers clashed with scattered necromantic wards, the air crackling with chaotic energy as they wove between collapsed columns, their shouts echoing against the walls of Stormhaven. The discord resonated like a cruel symphony, the sound of metal striking stone punctuating our fragile confrontation, pulling us both from the intimacy of our earlier exchange. Amidst the chaotic spectacle, a few rebels seized an opportunity and smashed open a rusted gate, unleashing a gust of ash that stirred the remnants of Stormhaven's decayed grandeur, mingling with the dust that clung to the air. The very foundation of this place, a testament to my family's legacy, crumbled beneath the weight of rebellion, and I felt my heart sink in recognition of what was truly at stake. The rebel force formed a loose ring around us, fierce and watchful, their faces hardened by resolve as aggressive stares fell upon Anya and me. The atmosphere crackled with intensity, the threat of drawn weapons suffusing the air with a sense of urgency that demanded attention. I could feel Serafina's tension next to me, her posture taut and braced for the inevitable clash, a tension I matched despite the horror that bloomed within. "Anya," Serafina's voice threaded through the chaos, barely audible but sharp enough to cut. "What will you do?" "We cannot." But before she could finish, the rebels advanced with an unsettling synchronicity, forming an impenetrable wall between us and the uncertainty beyond. Their unity felt formidable, a barrier that confined us in a space fraught with danger and despair. "Fallen House von Albrecht," the Lightbringer announced, brandishing his sword toward us, the point unwavering. "You stand accused of dark dealings and treachery. Yield or face judgment." My mind raced, caught in the maw of conflicting loyalties and visceral fears. I cast a quick glance at Serafina. The familiar warmth of our bond now turned cold under the pressure of this moment. What had become of our childhood promise, the secrets we shared beneath the night sky? Here we were, two daughters of noble houses pitted against each other, the stakes now clearer and sharper than ever. The rebels edged closer, their presence a tempest threatening to sweep us away, leaving only echoes of our shattered bond in their wake. As the tension deepened, I felt the fragility of our choices, each heartbeat resonating with the weight of betrayal and loyalty that clung to the air around us. Anya and Serafina, once friends, now entangled in a conflict neither could afford to lose. Time stretched, warping with an intensity that threatened to shatter my resolve. I steadied myself, grappling with the remnants of our earlier conversation, steeling my heart against the reality before me. "Stand down," I finally dared to speak, my voice catching in the chaos, hanging between the fear and defiance swirling within. "We do not need to." But my words faltered, consumed by the escalating tempest, as the rebels continued their advance, the scene morphing into something more visceral than any confrontation I could have anticipated. And just like that, the fabric of our reality twisted, threading our fates together amid the mounting dread, binding me to the choices made by those around me, choices that would ripple far beyond the crumbling remnants of Stormhaven. From the shadows, Master Lucian Verhoeven emerged, moving quietly through a side passage, his dark cloak billowing like a storm cloud caught in a sinister breeze. The ruin of Stormhaven bore witness to his entrance, shattered mosaics and tangled vines decorating the remnants of a once grand edifice. I watched with rising dread as he approached the pedestal where the Crimson Grimoire lay in waiting, its pages flickering with unstable red light, a silent siren calling forth ancient powers. Lucian moved with an unnerving fluidity, his tall figure cutting an imposing silhouette against the chaotic backdrop of our confrontation. The ground seemed to yield beneath him, the very essence of the decaying hall surrendering to the elegance of his presence. My heart raced, each beat resonating with trepidation, as I absorbed the quiet certainty with which he commanded the space. I could sense Serafina's tension beside me as she turned to face him, her initial bravado evaporating like the dust stirred by the wind. He stood before us, an elegant predator among scavengers, possessing an almost palpable hunger for something beyond the mere flicker of power that danced in the grimoire. I watched as he lifted a gloved hand, caressing the artifact with the delicacy of a lover, a predator eyeing its prey. "Ah, the Crimson Grimoire," he murmured, his voice rich with intrigue, laced with an archaic formality that sent chills down my spine. Such tantalizing potential lies within these pages. The subtle double meanings woven through his words sent shivers coursing through me, and I felt my breath catch, realization dawning that his intentions reached far beyond simple admiration. Before I could react, he seized the grimoire with swift precision, sending it slipping from its pedestal, the sound echoing like the tolling of a funeral bell against the ancient stone. "It is mine," he announced, his tone cool and even, devoid of any urgency that the chaos around us demanded. The book clattered to the ground, an act as defiant as a litany of dark secrets spilling forth from a caged heart. The world shrank, consumed by an overwhelming weight as my gaze fixated on the fallen grimoire, then lifted to meet the cold steel of Lucien's eyes, fixed upon us like a hawk spotting its prey. I felt a sense of icy realization wash over me. The stakes had risen, and our choices were no longer merely personal, but entwined with the very fabric of fate itself. "What have you done?" I whispered, the words barely forming as panic twisted my stomach into knots. Serafina's face reflected my horror, her expression shifting from fierce loyalty to something deeper, an understanding of the implications this act carried. Together we stood at the precipice of our despair, abandoned by our respective houses, yet bound by the shadow of our choices. What twisted machinations had Lucien summoned to us, and how long had he waited for this moment to unfurl? The rebel forces, once a barrier of strength, seemed to waver at the edges of the chaos, caught in the thrall of Lucien's presence and the object that lay between us, the grimoire, now the embodiment of danger. Lucien's gaze was unwavering as he regarded us, an unspoken challenge embedded within the air. "You see," he said, each word spoken with painstaking eloquence, "your struggles were never against each other. It is the very nature of power that drives us apart while luring us toward the shadows." My heart ached with the weight of truth hidden in those cryptic words, and I could feel the boundaries of our alliances shifting like the ruins around us, each echo a reminder of our vulnerability in the face of fate. As the chaos roared around us, and the remnants of Stormhaven's splendor groaned under the weight of our choices, I realized we stood not merely on the brink of conflict, but on the precipice of our own destruction. The Lightbringer's rallying cry clashed against the air, driving forth a brutal tide of rebellion, yet in the center of this storm I saw Lucien, unyielding and unfazed, his influence poised to alter the very course of our world. In that moment, I knew there was no turning back. Our fates were entwined in the darkness, and whether we emerged victorious or consumed by shadows rested upon the decisions we were yet to make, standing amidst the echoes of our past in a world teetering on the edge of oblivion. Chapter 13. The Cosmic Horror Awakens. In the sanctum's depths, with shadows stretching like skeletal fingers across crumbling stone, Master Lucien stood alone, a dark sentinel clutching the Crimson Grimoire. The sky outside bled crimson through broken windows, suffusing the air with dread, as if reality itself trembled beneath the weight of his forbidden incantation. A palpable energy crackled in the space, and I felt my pulse quicken, my body tense with a mix of terror and an unyielding will to confront the darkness that loomed ahead. The sanctum was an echo of ages past, a place where the air itself felt thick with sorrowful whispers. I could almost taste the rust on the stones, biting, metallic, an uninvited guest at the heart of this gathering. Lord Cedric's face, taut and stern, bore the kind of anxiety only sharpened by the oppressive atmosphere. The way his fingers curled into fists reminded me how tightly ambition gripped his heart. Even now he regarded Lucian not merely with fear, but with a calculating eye. Lucian's voice filled the chamber with a slow, deliberate cadence, each syllable steeped in the knowledge of secrets too dark for the light of day. With an outstretched hand, he intoned the incantation, fingers tracing patterns in the air as if drawing the very fabric of reality closer to his will. Energy swirled, shadows leapt forward, intangible whispers tightening around him like a cloak. He was commanding forces that made my skin crawl, the power of necromancy mixed with something older, more primal. I glanced to my side, where Serafina stood with her poised frame and the ever-gleaming dagger glinting like a shard of night. Her dark attire blended with the shadows, but the tension was clear in the way her muscles coiled, ready for action. Even now, a playful smile danced on her lips, teasing the imminent threat, but I could see the storm brewing behind those bright eyes, the turmoil of a heart caught between loyalty and foreboding. At the periphery of my vision, I noted the Lightbringer, solid and fierce, his armor shimmering dully in the waning light, eager for the battle that was surely to come. As he gripped the hilt of his sword, every inch of him conveyed determination, mingled with the keen awareness of the sacrifice that such an alliance might demand. Would we all emerge from this chaos unscathed, or would we instead feed the horrors Lucian beckoned forth? Then, there was a moment of silence. The kind of silence that pressed against the ear like a tidal wave just before its crash. I felt a dread creep over me, the awareness that while our disparate houses forged an unwilling alliance here, the depth of mistrust and ambition simmered dangerously beneath. What lay behind that heavy door remained a whispered fear among us all, a manifestation of the terrors unspoken yet all too real. We formed a line of uneasy allies, gripping our weapons with clenched resolve. I could taste the metallic tang of fear in my mouth, but buried it beneath the determination that my family's name wouldn't become another hushed tale of failure. As Lucian continued, his ritual deepening, the stakes climbed ever higher, and for a fleeting heartbeat, I could almost see it, the fleeting shape of whatever darkness lingered beyond that threshold. In that moment, amidst the tremors of unholy power radiating from Lucian, I caught a glimpse of Cedric's piercing gray eyes scanning the room, sharp as the blade he wielded, his facade of control firmly in place. Though we were pulled together by dire necessity, a delicate string of unspoken thoughts spun between us. Who among us would stand when the inevitable end drew near? Would we betray one another in the chaos, or could we unite against the horror that was only moments away from manifestation? And as I channeled my focus back toward Lucian, a cacophony of tension tightening around us, I realized that tonight would be a fateful chapter in a tale drenched in blood, magic, and betrayal. Our fates were intertwined now, threads fraying at the edges, all depending on a whisper of power that filled the air, as Lucian invoked the darkest corners of the known, at least the corners known only to him. The sanctum exploded into chaos, as the creature's presence ignited the air with a suffocating horror. Twisted forms poured into the chamber, grotesque shapes that slithered and crawled with disjointed limbs, gnashing teeth glimmering in the flickering crimson light, and with them the dance of death began. I felt the shock ripple through the group, fear shattering our tentative alliance like fragile glass. The horde, things born from nightmares, malformed with too many limbs and too few eyes, rushed toward us with a ferocity that stole my breath. Instinct took over. I rose to meet the tide, heart hammering in my chest as I reached for the necromantic sigils I had honed in secret. I thrust my hands forward, a flick of the wrist, and the shadows around us pulsed. Energies crackled in the air, thick and potent. Dark forms, reanimated bodies that had once known life, staggered to the front of our makeshift defense, moving with renewed purpose. They lurched and stumbled, but the presence of death magic lent them ferocity. A beast with multiple eyes lunged at one of the undead soldiers, tearing into its decayed flesh with a shriek. It splintered bone with a snap. Still, I pressed my will into the air, knowing that there was strength in the remnants of the fallen, strength I could draw upon. My gaze flickered to Lord Cedric, who commanded the battlefield with brutal precision. His voice cut through the chaos, bellowing orders with authority that crackled in the air like static. Elemental mages, hold the line. Strike fast and true. He loomed like a stone sentinel against the oncoming wave, cloak billowing behind him like a storm cloud, energy crackling at his fingertips. I turned my focus back to the fray, hurriedly tracing new sigils, as a massive beast bore down on me, its howls vibrating my bones. I couldn't afford to falter. These were souls I commanded. By the flicker of your fading essence, I whispered to the winds, my voice resolute. An array of bodies surged ahead, and they collided with the grotesque figures, contorting in an effort to grapple and fend them off. Meanwhile, from the shadows between columns, Serafina flickered like a shadowed flame. She darted, her blade slicing the air with grace as it danced through the gore. Quick movements hid her fierce cunning, a twirl to evade a grasping claw that would otherwise seize her. I could almost forget how we had once roamed these halls, laughing at trivial court intrigue, how we now faced death. Her eyes glimmered, and her dagger found a tender spot on a monstrous form, sending a jagged scream echoing across the chamber. The Lightbringer was close on her heels, a magnificent sight as he charged with a war cry, sword flashing with the fire of righteous fury. His blade cleaved through aberrant flesh, sparks flying as they collided. Together, they made an unyielding pair, pushing the wave back, shaping the chaos into something we could manipulate, albeit barely. As I summoned a flicker of dark energy into my outstretched palm, I could sense Isolde approaching, a poised specter emerging from the depths of shadows. Her fluid grace cut through the tumult as she joined us, hands moving elegantly as she carved protective wards in the air. Strength in unity, her voice reached me, calm even against the frantic symphony of battle. We fought on, time slipping through my fingers like sand, the sounds of bodies colliding and roars melding into a chorus of chaos. My heart thrummed in sync with the rhythm of my pulse, frantic yet resolute. I refused to let this sanctum crumble under the weight of horrors. With every thrust of my hands, every command spat between clenched teeth, I became the chaos and the calm, an agent of darkness harnessed to fight against the very essence of what we feared. As the fabric of reality tore, a jagged rift emerged, pulsating with a sickly light, and through it a nightmare was born. The cosmic horror, a roiling mass of disjointed limbs and countless eyes, spilled forth from the depths, sending shudders through my very soul. This was not just a battle against flesh, but a reckoning with the deepest fears that had haunted our every choice, our very natures laid bare in the face of unimaginable darkness. Its monstrous form twisted as it emerged, limbs contorting grotesquely, a mass of shifting shadows and glaring eyes that seemed to pierce straight through my thoughts. I felt a wave of nausea crashing over me, yet amid the rising dread, I sensed the pull of darkness, an insidious whisper inviting me to surrender to despair. No, I would not relent. I stepped forward, raising my hands high, channeling every ounce of necromantic power I possessed. Shadows wrapped around me, spiraling from the depths of my own haunted soul, coiling toward that chaos. Hold fast. Cedric roared, his voice a clarion call that cut through the horror like a blade. I could see him, a figure standing firm despite the crushing weight of fear radiating from our terrifying foe. He coordinated the others, rallying their spirits in this maelstrom of chaos. I turned to catch Serafina, who had edged to my side, her eyes wild yet determined, both terrified and fierce. She lunged at the horror's writhing tendrils, dagger poised, aiming for the heart of the nightmare. Her strength dazzled, even against that incomprehensible darkness. The Lightbringer surged forward with renewed vigor, his sword glimmering in the murky light as he charged, a warrior unyielding against the tide. He cut through the horrid limbs like a beacon of hope amidst the engulfing despair, clashing with the creature as if willing the darkness to relent. His movements were swift, and yet there was an intensity, a weightiness that clung to him, mirrored by the horror's palpable response, each strike met with a flurry of anger from the cosmic abyss. "Anya, draw it closer." Lucien's voice had grown distant, swallowed by the chaos, yet I recognized the expectation cloaked in his command. I pushed through my trepidation, feeling the dark energies pooling within me as I raised my arms higher. Each pulse of power came with pain, a screaming ache that pulled at the seams of my resolve. Yet amidst the strain, clarity flickered like a candle against the night. I would not yield to darkness. Isolda's voice rose above the cacophony, her incantations ringing clear and true as she traced protective symbols in midair, a guard against the cosmic horrors that converged upon us. I felt a surge of gratitude, even as the mass loomed closer. We had trained for battles, but nothing could prepare us for this culmination of our darkest fears made flesh. As Serafina darted away from a snap of those writhing limbs, her laughter echoed hollow, her very essence radiated life, even against the death that clawed at the edges of our beings. I held fast to that sound, reminding myself of our fragile alliances, our vulnerabilities intertwined with our shared resolve. "Strike true," I shouted, my own voice wavering but strong against the rising tide of chaos. Together, we surged forward. The Lightbringer led the charge, while Serafina twirled and weaved through the thicket of limbs. My hands moved, dark energies flowing through me, reaching for the horror like a lighthouse guiding a ship lost at sea. I envisioned the sigils I had carved, the legacy of our fates, our combined will channeling into a singular blow, an explosion of purpose driven by defiance. But in the face of the writhing terror, doubt crept in, a realization that perhaps this was a fight we could never win. The horror screeched, an unnatural sound that rattled through me, reverberating through the stones of the sanctum and shaking the foundations of my soul. Yet the specter of despair was a foe too familiar. I gathered my resolve tighter, unwilling to succumb. In that instant, our gathered might surged toward the cosmic horror, and our will became the knife that could cleave through the shadows, the hearts of many unified to face that which threatened to devour us. With one final incantation, and the darkness of our past in view, we struck, fighting not merely for survival, but for the very light of hope against the abyss that sought to claim us all. Chapter 14. Echoes of Oblivion. I pushed open the oak doors, their weight dragging at me like the days of my absence, and stepped through into the manor's forsaken belly. The ruined foyer yawned, dim and cold, swallowing me whole. Each step felt as though it echoed eternities. The past played out in grim vignettes before me, fleeting and macabre. Serafina's boots beat out an urgent counterpoint behind me, until her eyes found mine, asking questions I could not afford to answer. Dark symbols screamed silently from the stone, while relics lay fractured and abandoned in mute tribute. My hands trembled as I pulled back the final curtain. I had not prepared for this. "Mother," I murmured, though it came out a rasp. Lady Elspeth looked more corpse than human, and I wondered if I were already too late. The memories descended in phantom succession, whispering and persistent. I saw myself as a child, my father still living, laughter not yet turned to dust. These rooms, now skeletal and chill, had once brimmed with color and ceremony. I had brought Serafina here on summer visits, when peace seemed less a dream and more a promise. But the wars of fathers were nothing compared to the wars of their daughters. The shadows that gathered here now were ours alone. I felt their breath on my neck as we moved deeper into the dying house. "How bad do you think it is?" Serafina's voice was a thin thread in the darkness, weaving doubt and hope together. She had always known the worst of me. "Worse than expected," I replied, unwilling to say more. Her hand found my shoulder, a quick reassurance before she resumed her place at the rear. "We'll get to her in time." I wished I shared her confidence. Our footsteps echoed down the abandoned corridor, ringing hollow as the promises we had made and broken. The enormity of my failure closed around me. I had traded my soul for the strength to save them, but the house seemed more tomb than home. The familiar weight of responsibility pressed at me from every side. Serafina's presence was both a comfort and a reminder of what was at stake. Our friendship had endured the rising hostilities, though not without scars. We moved in tandem through the crumbling shell, two survivors in a world intent on consuming us. It had taken all our cunning to slip past the blockade. Serafina's deft maneuvers and House Ambra's impeccable intelligence had bought us time, but for how long? The distant booms of arcane detonations still echoed in my mind, their spectral aftermath threatening to tear apart my composure. I felt them like bruises beneath my skin. Still, we pushed forward, guided by the fading pulse of life that was my mother. The further we ventured, the more derelict the manor became. Gutted walls loomed on either side, their faded sigils accusing me as we passed. I knew these halls too well to pretend they weren't winning. The ruins stretched endlessly. I had never realized how vast the place was, or how hollow until now. The sounds of our progress marked a slow dirge, their rhythm quickening with the urgency in my chest. My fingers clutched the Crimson Grimoire like a talisman, its heartbeat echoing mine. We had survived impossible odds, yet each step threatened to be our last. Serafina kept pace, a shadow and a comfort. I did not look back, afraid of what I might see in her eyes. Every instinct screamed to turn away, to find refuge in the last untouched corners of my heart. But those instincts belonged to another life, one that I could never return to. Lady Elspeth's figure came into focus, stark against the ruin. Her breath came shallow and uneven. Blood marked the ground beneath her. She was still alive, if barely. "Mother, I'm here." I knelt beside her, the words foreign on my tongue. We had never been the family for declarations. "She looks awful." Serafina's tone held no judgment, only the practical observation of a trained operative. "She looks dead," I corrected, my voice brittle as the bones we walked on. My hand touched Lady Elspeth's cheek, finding it both colder and warmer than I feared. Serafina crouched beside me, lantern raised to pierce the shadows. Her eyes met mine in brief understanding. "The ritual?" I nodded, feeling the weight of every sacrifice still to come. "Help me move her. We need more space." Together, we pulled Lady Elspeth to the center of the room. Her skin felt too light for flesh, more memory than substance. She made no sound, even as Serafina's roughness met my care. I dared not voice my doubts. My guilt could be ignored no longer, the choices of recent days parading their stark inevitabilities before me. The cost of each one seemed suddenly and terrifyingly real. Would Lady Elspeth thank me for what I was about to do? Would she live long enough to withhold her forgiveness? Get ready, I said, though I was speaking as much to myself as to Serafina. I squeezed my mother's hand, feeling the ghost of a pulse. Stay with me, mother, I whispered. The grimoire lay open at my side, its dark runes writhing on the page. The house held its breath, waiting. In this moment, we all belonged to someone else. My allegiance was as torn as my heart, divided between those I loved and those I owed. Serafina watched, as I prepared. Her silence carried more weight than any words she could have spoken. I wondered what secret she kept even now. The thought made my chest tighten with something almost like relief. She had never stopped caring for me, no matter how many lines I crossed. You'd better not die, she said, her voice a brittle reminder of better times. I couldn't tell if it was a command or a plea. I closed my eyes and gathered myself. The ritual would take everything I had left to give. The words came slowly, at first a hesitant breath, then a mounting torrent. They gathered power as I spoke, forming a net to hold the living world in place. Stay with me, I chanted, my focus absolute. The air grew heavy and expectant. We had outrun our pursuers. Now the race against death itself began. The chamber loomed around us, more desolate even than the corridors. I saw it through my mother's eyes, a place of great power reduced to rubble. I felt the cold floor beneath me and wondered if it had seeped into her bones as well, wondered how much life remained to lose. There was no time for the ritual, but time was all I had to give. I arranged the fragments in concentric circles, precision warring with desperation. Charred bones and ashen dust left dark streaks on my gloved fingers, each one marking the choice I made again and again. Stay with me, mother, I chanted. My voice grew until it filled the ruined space. The words felt thin, empty, unraveling into the void. I pushed the thought away, steeling myself against doubt. Each precise motion was an answer to my fear. I wove the symbols tighter, drawing them like nets around her fragile body. They glowed red, and then black against the pale of her skin. Stay with me, I repeated. I didn't know if I were speaking to her or myself. Dust hung heavy in the air, moving with each whispered breath. I held my own, feeling the weight of history settling upon me, pressing my resolve. The sharp tang of blood filled my senses, drowning out hesitation. I looked at Lady Elspeth's drawn face and knew I could not lose her, not like this. The echoes of our struggle remained in the walls. The chamber itself seemed to pulse, a vast and silent heart pumping its chill into the narrowing space. I felt it contract around me, forcing my focus, my decision. I could not save them all. I could only try. The past weeks felt suddenly insurmountable. Each moment bled into the next, leaving nothing untouched. I had thought the transformation would kill me, had been prepared for it to do so. But survival brought its own penalties, its own scars. I was my mother's daughter, after all. Every stroke of ash across the cracked floor affirmed this. The binding spell had not claimed me, though it might still. I continued the ritual, with an abandon that left no room for question. Serafina watched with eyes that saw too much. She had been silent so long, I had almost forgotten her. Anya, she said. This place gives me the creeps. I managed a brittle laugh, though I was unsure if it belonged to me. It's not like you to be spooked so easily. Did you see the marks on the north wall? Elemental incantations. I saw, I replied, keeping my voice measured. It wouldn't do to let her hear my fear. Looks like someone went all out, she said, her tone light but her eyes full of warning. Too bad for them. Too bad, I echoed, concentrating on the next series of runes. They seemed endless. I couldn't tell which of us she was trying to reassure. How are things outside? Under control, she replied, watching the progress of my fingers across the stone. Her attention was both unnerving and grounding. For now. That now hung between us. I could feel the precariousness of it, a taut string that threatened to snap at any moment. It was a miracle we had reached this place, another miracle that Cedric's forces had not overrun us already. Lady Elspeth would require yet another miracle to survive. The odds were not in our favor. My hands shook with more than exhaustion as I placed the grimoire on the marble pedestal. It had traveled far to reach this ruined altar. So had I. The pages fluttered beneath my fingers like bird wings, bound to fly. Still alive, grimoire? Serafina asked, as if it might answer. I watched its pulsating glow for a moment, before responding. Yes. Unlike the rest of us. I breathed deeply, drawing in strength, releasing doubt. She nodded, though the tension remained in her face. Her gaze traveled from the grimoire to me, and then to Lady Elspeth's prone form. I knew she had already calculated the worst. My mother looked almost peaceful, her body unmoving except for the rise and fall of her shallow breaths. I imagined her spirit slipping away with each exhale. My own breath quickened, desperation giving way to determination. I picked up the threads of my chant and began again. The words gathered and coiled, rising and weaving through the cold, oppressive air. My voice grew until it filled every crevice. Each repetition took more from me, leaving hollows that I could not fill. The atmosphere was so thick with magic, I thought I might drown in it. I pushed myself harder, digging into reserves I didn't know I had. I saw Serafina out of the corner of my eye, lantern still clutched in white-knuckled hands. Her presence was a reminder of everything beyond this room, of promises made and broken. I wondered how long she would wait before leaving. I wondered how long before Cedric forced her to make that choice. He was not known for his patience. He was not known for mercy. Just a little longer, I murmured, more to time itself than to my mother. The ritual's momentum carried me, sweeping me along. I surrendered to its inexorable pull, hoping it would be enough to pull her back from the brink. Lady Elspeth's condition worsened before my eyes. I saw the blood as it dripped in slow motion from her trembling hand, watched each bright drop fall to the cracked stone. The moments expanded and collapsed, a dreadful infinity. I thought I heard her voice, the faintest whisper, and realized it was only the echoes of my chant. Stay with me. I continued, pouring the whole of myself into the words. Stay. I spoke until I was hoarse, until the walls themselves seemed to tremble and sigh. The chamber gathered our destinies and held them tight. It did not let go. The ritual reached its peak. My voice became a scream, though it never left a whisper. It hung in the air with the dust and the shadows, leaving me spent and unsure. There was a moment, a breathless, eternal moment when nothing moved. I felt myself balanced on the knife's edge of hope and despair. Then the light pulsed through us, the grimoire's eerie glow filling the ruined chamber with its beat. I dared not open my eyes. Cedric was a figure of unrelenting determination amid the broken remains of House von Albrecht. The courtyard spread before him, littered with rubble and men. His voice cut through the night, a blade of authority. Tonight we end her reign. The words drew elemental mages to his side, the Stormbringers. He felt their power as an extension of his own. Soldiers moved like clockwork, winding a tight formation around the fading banners of his adversaries. He watched their preparations with a satisfaction that was never complete. It could not be, not until Anya was in his grasp. Not until House Athelstone claimed its rightful place. The air crackled with anticipation, heavy with magic and intent. Cedric's eyes swept over his gathered forces. Elemental fire glinted off their armor, casting jagged shadows on the crumbling walls. They waited, tense and expectant, their loyalty measured in fear and respect. "Take no prisoners," he continued, each word as calculated as the rest. "This ends tonight." His commands sent a shiver of motion through the ranks. Soldiers adjusted their formations. Elemental mages moved into position, their eyes reflecting the fire of conjured storms. Cedric's gaze lingered on the manor's eastern wing. He imagined Anya within, a moth trapped in the ruin of her own making. She was stubborn, but she would break like the rest. "Report," Cedric demanded, his voice cutting through the organized chaos. A young officer approached, rigid with discipline. "The western approach is secured, my lord." Resistance was minimal. "Expected," Cedric replied, dismissing the minor success with a curt nod. His ambitions reached further than the immediate victory. "The girl." "Inside," the officer confirmed. "But not for long." Cedric's face remained impassive, though the corner of his mouth threatened the hint of a smile. He turned his attention back to the soldiers, watching their mechanical precision. Each man was a piece on his board, and Cedric moved them with the efficiency of a grand master. A grand master who did not know the meaning of defeat. The courtyard bore witness to his power. Where once the great house von Albrecht had stood unchallenged, its symbols now lay in tatters. Cedric could almost taste the moment when his banners would rise in their place. The sweet promise of dominance drove him forward, as relentless as time itself. "I want this done cleanly," he called out, though the word held no meaning to him beyond tactical elegance. "No excuses." "Yes, my lord." The response was unanimous, a chorus of certainty. The mage's preparations charged the air, drawing static arcs across the darkened sky. Cedric's own magic was tightly leashed, ready to unfurl with devastating force. He held back with strategic patience, unwilling to play his hand until it would crush the spirit of his opponents. They would soon know the full might of House Athelstone. Cedric was pleased with the progress, though he would never show it. His satisfaction was tempered with the knowledge that Anya remained unbroken. The thought irritated him, as persistent as the faint scent of smoke that clung to the ruins. She was proving more elusive than anticipated. It was time to show her what resistance cost. "Lord Cedric." A new voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see a tall, gaunt man approaching, elemental symbols tattooed along his arms. "We await your command." "Take down the eastern wall," Cedric instructed. "Drive them to me." "Do you wish to lead the strike, my lord?" He considered the question, though the answer was never in doubt. "No. I will take her myself." The mage nodded, his understanding clear. Cedric did not soil his hands with lesser affairs. He watched as the man rejoined the others, relaying the orders with the speed of the wind itself. This was a lesson the other houses would remember. He would make certain of it. Anya's capture would seal the union between House von Albrecht and House Athelstone, ensuring the dominance he had long sought. He allowed himself a moment to picture her face when she realized her fate was inevitable. The other great houses would follow. They would bend or they would break, just as she would. The sounds of preparation intensified. Cedric remained an island of calm in the swirling chaos. Soldiers secured wooden barricades, hauling them into place with precise movements. The faded colors of House von Albrecht were torn down, their loss marked by splintered beams and scattered stones. Cedric never took his eyes from the target. Mages activated runic symbols, their glow rivaling the torchlight that flickered over the uneven ground. Shouted commands rose and fell, a symphony of warfare composed for Cedric's sole pleasure. The final pieces fell into place. Everything he had worked for, schemed for, was within his reach. His grip tightened on the blood-smeared hilt of his sword, though he knew he would not need it. His most dangerous weapons were fear and inevitability. He watched his men prepare to advance, each one knowing what would happen should they fail. The thought amused him. They wouldn't. They surged forward with military precision, a relentless tide that would wash away all trace of House von Albrecht. Cedric paused, savoring the moment, then joined their procession. His strides were measured, confident. He never looked back. There was nothing behind him but history. The night was heavy with the promise of violence. Cedric could almost feel its weight as he led his forces toward the manor's shattered walls. The wind rose, carrying with it the sounds of determined advance. They would not stop until victory was absolute, until Anya had no choice but to submit. She was a prize too valuable to kill, but not too valuable to destroy. Chapter 15: The Witch Queen's Gambit. Cedric's forces surged into view, siege engines crashing against the manor's outer wall, which wept black viscous liquid along its cracked stone. I stood at the grand entrance with my reanimated soldiers arrayed behind me, every step measured as I lifted my arm and issued orders with clenched fists. The undead trudged forward, their bodies disfigured and dripping, while enemy troops in dented, spattered armor broke through shattered gates. Metallic clamor and the whine of magical energy filled the air, as arrows and bolts of elemental force collided with the twisting corridors of necromantic power. The walls pulsed visibly with oozing, lifeless energy as the battle raged in every corner of the open courtyard. The defensive wards Lady Elspeth had laid along the perimeter glimmered faintly, a testament to her mastery but a flickering matchstick against the coming storm. I stood in the center, surrounded by this frail halo, the wind biting through my robe and searing with a chill I could not feel. Behind me, the front line of our defense was a sea of gray and green, House von Albrecht's undead abominations, swaying, lurching, awaiting my command. I glanced toward the forest, where flashes of elemental fury sparked in the underbrush. I wondered briefly if Cedric himself was there, delighting in the orchestrated ruin. With a swift motion, I sent the dead men marching. Bone ground against bone, metal groaned like old ships against a dock. Gnarled fingers gripped rusting swords and splintering shields, their faces twisted in eternal gasps, each grotesque form a symphony of reassembled limbs. The sickly green aura of necromancy wrapped itself around their feet and lingered in the darkening air. An explosion of force knocked me back, the shuddering cry of wood and iron as the manor's gate splintered and Cedric's army pressed into the breach. "Hold the lines," I called, my voice tearing through the sound of warfare. To anyone listening, it would have betrayed nothing, a beacon of confidence. Only the tension in my shoulders belied my knowledge that this might end us all. House Athelstone had brought everything to bear. Their soldiers were furious with battle lust, unwashed in days and stinking of sweat. They fell upon the undead in a tide of ragged breathing, blades and gauntlets dented with impact, desperate to prove their worth to a leader who demanded nothing less than brutal victory. Though many were young, I recognized among them old blood feuds, the Von Drack child who had watched our house crush her uncle's failed rebellion, the Mirko's boys, now men, hungry to avenge their father's long-forgotten death. They swarmed, breaking formation to wrest from us our claim on their families' futures. We traded their death cries for ours. Hulking brutes from House Terstein ran battering rams into the manor walls. Flames and cracking timber echoed from inside. Everywhere, elemental magic hurled itself against necromantic will. The air pulsed with this fierce, dark music. Cedric had mustered them all, I realized. Friends. Enemies. A madness of alliances bound together by fear or greed. His singular, merciless vision now barreled toward me. My minions flanked our opponents, pincers of flesh and bone closing in. Heads rolled and blinked before going dark. Skulls shattered and mended before life flickered back into them. I watched, calculating how many I could resurrect, and for how long. At my signal, another wave charged, meeting fire with decay, desperation with bleak inevitability. It was all I could do to hold each line from collapsing. Yet amidst the chaos, there was beauty. Arrows floating like silver threads before burying themselves in their targets, the sharp tang of burnt wood, the coppery haze of blood suspended in the air. Cedric's strategy was ruthless, but I had prepared for that. There was elegance to the brutality, as if I had found a perverse dance to accompany the wailing orchestra. The undead fell, crumpling to the earth, only to rise again at my command. Our enemies stumbled, growing ragged, bodies splayed across the battleground in supplication to my art. I inhaled deeply, filling my lungs with dust and ash. This was the price for my insolence. The walls shivered, the manor heaving in agony as magic soaked it, saturated it, then split the seams. A black ooze, tar-like and thick, began to bleed from the stone. Its touch stilled even my soldiers' frantic limbs. And yet, amid this grim promise of ruin, I sensed Cedric's fear. He had miscalculated. The most glorious end, the most tragic loss, was one he could not control. For a moment, I let myself wonder if he understood what he had unleashed, or whether he truly believed his own arrogance, that any force could stop me, that any single man could. The courtyard drowned in bodies, living and not. I stood amid the carnage, half blind from smoke and sweat, and the overwhelming task of bringing life from death. My pulse beat strong and determined, but behind it lurked another rhythm, ancient and vast. It whispered to me from the cracking walls, the shifting ground. A sickening thrill raced up my spine. At last I turned and began to run. Let them try and follow. I strode through the chaos toward a ruined archway where Isolde Silvestri emerged, her long red hair plastered to her face by streaks of blood and sweat. She raised a carved wooden staff, her hand steady as she pointed it in my direction, and in a clear, strident voice declared, "Anya, stand down before more lives are lost." Behind her, the Lightbringer stepped forward with his sword drawn and dented plate armor clanging with every measured step. I swung a gauntleted hand in response, unleashing a sharp burst of corrupted energy that drove back a cluster of approaching soldiers, while both Isolde and the Lightbringer advanced with unwavering resolve. Their silhouettes grew clearer as they moved closer, the flickering flames of battle casting distorted shadows across their figures. The Lightbringer's helm reflected the burning chaos behind me, a mute testament to the destruction his house had wrought. His expression, or what I imagined it to be beneath that steel mask, was as unforgiving as the blade he wielded. Isolde's voice rang out again, her tone unyielding. "Lay down your weapons, Anya. Do not force our hand." I drew the energy around me, wrapping myself in its sickly glow. It danced along my fingers like a lover's promise, burning bright against the encroaching dark. "You mistake my intent," I replied, defiant and loud above the noise of our violent world. "You speak of lives lost, yet you lead a slaughter." With a flourish, I directed another wave of magic toward them. The corrupted power tore through a line of advancing troops, scattering bodies with its malignant touch. It left a crimson haze that shimmered momentarily before dissipating into the smoke-filled air. For each soldier it felled, 3 more seemed to replace them, drawn by the scent of victory. I watched with a growing sense of inevitability, a suffocating blanket that wrapped tighter with each passing second. I had thought myself prepared. I had convinced myself that the mantle of leadership would not break me as it had my ancestors. And yet here I stood, fighting a war that would drown us all. What hubris, whispered a voice inside me, as it had done for months now. A voice I refused to heed. Not yet. Isolde and the Lightbringer pressed forward, tireless and grim. Each step they took was a declaration, a verdict on my family's blood-soaked history and the futility of my resistance. Their resolve was chilling in its simplicity, as if they believed fate had already chosen sides and merely waited to catch up. The troops behind them rallied, forming a wedge that drove through my faltering defenses. For every life I stole, Isolde gave 3 more. The magic she wielded was anathema to mine, a purifying light that seared through the decay I spread. Its very presence mocked me, a beacon of everything I was not, everything I despised. My blood was iron in my veins, cold and unyielding. I flung it against her with all my will. You speak of slaughter, yet you seek dominion, Isolde said, her words cutting through the din like a finely honed blade. Her staff struck the ground, sending a tremor through the courtyard. Release your grip on the dead, or we will release you from it. Elemental and necromantic power clashed, lightning against shadow, life against unlife. The courtyard seemed to contract with every collision, the air thick with despair and unspent violence. I felt the manor groan beneath the strain, and I with it. Was this how we were to end? Was this my destiny, no different than those who came before? For what? So Cedric can have my head as a trophy? I lashed out with another barrage of dark energy, watching as it shattered against their combined force. I wanted to scream, to tear my own flesh with frustration. Instead, I summoned more minions, bodies reanimating with jerky spasms as they rose from where they had fallen. They staggered toward my enemies in relentless pursuit, mindless of the certain death that awaited them. A soldier's sword pierced my flank, a white-hot flash of pain, and I felt warmth spread across my side. I turned to dispatch him, and saw only a boy. I hesitated. It was enough. His second blow drove me to my knees, and he stood over me, panting, the weight of the killing stroke hanging between us. I laughed then, a sound more ghastly than any specter I could raise. He flinched and turned away, as they always did, unable to witness what he had wrought. The gap was all I needed to slip back into shadows. I disappeared, stumbling toward the archway, toward safety and damnation both. In the thick of it, surrounded by blood and horror, the world slowed to a syrupy crawl. Each breath took a lifetime, each heartbeat a century. The Lightbringer came for me, relentless and terrifying in his refusal to stop. I pushed up and away, leaving crimson drops to trail behind me, a breadcrumb path to where they wished me dead. My vision blurred, and for a moment it was not the courtyard I saw, but a vision of ruin. Albrecht Manor in flames, and Cedric standing over the wreckage, our family's tainted legacy laid bare for all to see. The price of victory was one I could not pay, but neither could I endure defeat. Another surge of energy ripped through my enemies, a parting gift, buying time enough to crawl deeper into the ruins. Blood filled my mouth, and I swallowed it down with all my regrets. I knew they would follow. And they would find more than they bargained for. In the dilapidated main hall of Albrecht Manor, I stood at the center, my fingers wrapped around the pulsating Crimson Grimoire, as twisted shadows wavered along the walls. Isolde and the Lightbringer approached slowly, their steady footfalls echoing on blood-stained flagstones, while I kept my undead minions in tight formation around me. The Lightbringer narrowed the gap between us as he called out, "This madness ends here," just before I opened the grimoire and declared, "My reign begins now." The clash of combat outside temporarily dimmed as we all paused, our stances locked in a silent, weighty challenge that left the outcome hanging on the next brutal moment. It was there in the marrow of my bones, the ancient whispering urging me on. The book throbbed in my grip, each beat a seductive promise, a step closer to salvation or ruin. I could not tell which. As I leaned against the great oak table in the center of the hall, catching my breath, I tried not to notice the dark stain spreading from where my wound dripped on its polished surface. The room groaned under the weight of magic, my minions slumped and quivering, crumpling against each other like discarded dolls. From behind a shroud of sickness, I watched as Isolde and the Lightbringer came into view, backlit by the burning world I had left them. How many lives, I wondered, were needed to fill the void I felt inside? I rose to meet them, a single defiant figure against the rubble and despair. "Anya," Isolde's voice came to me like a breeze from forgotten days, light and burdened both, "this is not your destiny. Let go of this madness." I thought I saw pain in her eyes, a flash of something other than victory. It ignited old doubts. I pressed the book to my chest and held it there, feeling its heartbeat mingle with my own. We had written our history in blood and ink. I could not change that, not by dying. "You do not know me," I said, hearing the child I once was echoing in the spaces between my words. "You do not know what I will become." I snapped the grimoire open, and the world gasped with me. A surge of power ripped through the room, ancient and cold. The book's secrets poured out, filling the air with their heavy music, notes of despair and untapped greed. I laughed, my voice a threadbare thing stretched taut as my enemies reeled under its weight. They stumbled, but did not fall. Around us, the world bent, the manor keening with the sound of it, timbers twisting and groaning like tortured souls. Cedric thought he could destroy us with brute force. He never imagined what lay waiting beneath that last, thin layer of dust. The shadows took form then, rising from the stone like forgotten sins. They towered above us, wavering specters reaching with their dark arms. They seemed to coalesce around Isolde and the Lightbringer, swallowing their resolve, turning strength to brittle glass. I reveled in the horror of it, the magnificent fear I had drawn out. Was this all it took, I wondered, to change the tide? Was this all I needed, in the end, to be free? The walls shuddered, the foundations groaned, and for one suspended moment we stood apart from time and breath, listening to the muted weeping of those trapped souls. Isolde recovered first, her eyes narrowing, the fear turning to something much harder. "You have made your choice then," she said, more weary than angry, and a flicker of doubt washed over me. I tightened my grip on the grimoire, as if to crush those traitorous thoughts. My army surrounded them, a ghostly shield to bar escape. They had won this game of shadows, and I could not let them take that victory now. "You were the one to draw these lines, Isolde," I said. "You crossed them first." She stood silent for a moment, the steady rain of dust filtering between us. "We will not be held by fear." Beside her, the Lightbringer burned with resolve, his sword still drawn, a raw gleam of defiance. It pierced through the shadows and impaled itself upon me. I hated him more than all the rest because in him, I saw what they saw, a man and not a child, and a future bright enough to wound. I opened my mouth to retort, but he was faster. His voice crashed against me like the waves of his armies. "We fight until the end." I staggered under its weight, the force of it, the inevitability. My legs were weak, blood singing and faltering in my veins. What hope, I thought, did I truly have against their raw certainty? It echoed, and I heard it in 1,000,000,000 generations, endless and terrible, battering me into the shape of what I was meant to be. Time stretched breathless between us. For the first time, I knew what true aloneness felt like. The future lay there, vast and unblinking, a cold star in an empty sky. Was it so unthinkable, I wondered, to end the pain with a single word? To choose life instead of stubborn death? For one sweet, poisonous moment, I almost did. I clenched my jaw and buried it deep, deeper than their hollow promises, deeper than my own fear. It had always been this way, this one glorious truth. When faced with the impossible, my ancestors fought and lost. But no. I would not follow their weak example. Let the whole world fall to dust around me. I, Anya von Albrecht, would never yield. The instant ended, and I was back. I was alive, and they would never take that from me. I fight until I win, I spat, a final wretched lie against the universe. My will poured out of me, pouring itself into the book, into the magic, into the hall and the ghosts and the great rotting world outside. The room exploded with energy, and for a brief, exquisite moment, the darkness was alive with color. Chapter 16, Ashes of Hope. The cobblestones beneath my boots crumbled like the resolve of this cursed land, each step weaving a tapestry of despair around me. As I walked past toppled statues and market stalls, smeared with the remnants of a bloodied past, a chill danced along my spine, a haunting memory clinging to the air like smoke. Once laughter had echoed through these streets, and vibrant colors had adorned the humble stalls, but now the cracked stones whispered only of ruin and bloodshed. Ahead, the remnants of Albrecht Manor loomed like a specter, its gnarled architecture standing as a testament to all that had been lost. The shattered fountain in the courtyard caught my eye, water-tinged red trickling mournfully over jagged marble fragments. It seemed to lament the fate of those who had once filled these spaces with life, a hollow song that echoed in my heart. I paused near the fountain, its once grand visage now a cruel reminder of the past. A ragged villager huddled nearby, his worn face a mask of defeat, eyes scanning the wreckage as if searching for hope among the debris. I could see the shadows of despair etched into his features, and something within me twisted at the sight. But I pushed it aside, forcing myself to focus. He caught my gaze, and his hand trembled as he pointed towards a half-collapsed building. "This way," he murmured, voice raw like the stones around us. His words carried a weight of desperation, as if leading me toward the last remnants of purpose in this forsaken place. I adjusted my cloak, feeling the fabric pull tight against the chill that seeped through the air, and continued. My boots scuffed against the debris, a noise that felt too loud in the suffocating silence. Each step was met with the oppressive sense of being watched, a million eyes lurking in the shadows of what had once been. Crossing a narrow, unstable bridge, I could hear the creak of rusted chains, their lament matching my heartbeat, while an invisible wind howled in protest. My pulse quickened. Something was coming, a whisper of dread that prickled the nape of my neck. I felt a surge of resolve. It could not end here. Yet the path ahead remained treacherous. My thoughts flickered like the failing light of the world around me, recalling the warmth of friendship, now buried beneath layers of time and treachery. The echoes of our laughter rang in my ears, haunted by the relentless reality of what we had lost. With the villager's guidance echoing in my mind, I pressed forward, navigating through the chaos with the precision of a dancer walking an unseen tightrope. Each splintered shard of the past threatened to bring me to my knees, but I stood firm, propelled by a purpose that felt as fragile as the path beneath my feet. The ruin of Albrecht Manor called to me, a mournful melody enveloping me in its grasp. I had to discover what lay hidden in the shadows, a dark truth awaiting discovery. And so, I journeyed deeper, drawing nearer to the remnants of that half-collapsed building, my heart pounding with the rhythm of uncertainty, yet imbued with an iron determination to unravel the secrets that lay within. Darkness draped the subterranean corridor like a funeral shroud, the air heavy with the scent of damp stone and fear. Each flickering torch cast shadows that danced eerily against the walls, whispering secrets of despair. As a small group of survivors gathered around my makeshift table, their faces a mix of hope and dread. Here, beneath the weight of collapsing dreams, we plotted against the dark, knowing full well that the light was a distant memory. Slumped at the stone table, my tattered sleeve bore the stains of my own blood mingled with sweat, a testament to the struggle that had driven us to these depths. I forced myself to breathe, the heaviness of weariness clawing at my resolve. With each passing moment, the tension grew, a palpable charge in the air that promised violence and despair. Before us lay a crude map spread across a splintered plank, its markings reflecting the desperation that festered in every soul gathered here. "We strike at dawn," I commanded, my voice hoarse yet unwavering. They nodded, survivors clinging to the brittle thread of survival as they studied the routes I had traced, desperation shaping their expressions. Fingers brushed against a jagged scar on a face that had known too much loss, while another adjusted a dented helmet, the metallic clang breaking the silence that encased us. They each bore the weight of their own sins, and in their eyes I saw reflections of their loyalty and fear. The flickering shadows shifted as someone shifted their stance, echoing the deep sense of unease that coursed through us. "Our enemies are not without might, but their arrogance will be their undoing," I continued, calculating my words with the precision of a blade. Each survivor's gaze remained fixed on me, a silent recognition of authority amidst the chaos. I passed a battered leather pouch of supplies from hand to hand, life-sustaining provisions that felt more like a token than salvation. As I spoke, the distant sound of dripping water echoed through the stone hall, each drop a reminder of time slipping away, mirroring the tension building around us. With every word I uttered, I could sense the tide shifting, the very air crackling with apprehension. Then came the noise, a distant scuffle, something rustling in the gloom, setting nerves alight. The survivors tensed, eyes darting toward the source of the sound, and I could feel the weight of their fear. Instinctively, I tightened my grip on the table, letting the cold stone anchor my wavering resolve. "We must remain vigilant," I warned, the threat slipping into my voice, each word sharp like a dagger. They were prepared to fight, to claw their way back to life amidst the shadows of destruction, but the unknown loomed larger than any plans we had. Every breath filled with dread and determination hung heavily in the air, and I could see it in their eyes, the desperate glimmer of hope seeking light in the depths of our shared nightmare. And yet in that darkness, I could feel a flicker of something else rising within me, an uncomfortable warmth, gnawing guilt lurking beneath my cool facade. We had come to this place, not just for survival, but to reclaim what was rightfully ours, and I wondered if the cost of such ambition would leave a permanent scar upon our souls. But now was not the time for hesitation. Now we needed to rise and face the darkness head-on, armed with our own resolve and the flickering embers of our past. The dawn would either mark our triumph or our fall. There would be no other choices left when the sun broke over the horizon. Shadows cloaked the courtyard, where the air thrummed with a pulse both foreign and familiar. Upon a throne, woven from calcified bones and oozing shadows, I sat in a silence that wrapped around me like a shroud, a suffocating reminder of all that I had inherited and all that I had forsaken. The bone-white architecture loomed like a mausoleum, my heart echoing the chill of a long-forgotten past, as animated skeletons and twisted forms encircled me, a grim assembly bound by the dark whispers of death magic. A chilling dread hung in the air, punctuated only by the clattering of bones as my minions shifted restlessly, awaiting my command. Their hollow sockets seemed to gaze upon me with an understanding that transcended the living, a reflection of the choices I had made, their very essence intertwined with the shadowy energy pulsating around us. My breath came slowly, steadied by a resolve to embrace the legacy handed to me, yet laced with an undercurrent of fear for the path I chose. In this moment of haunting power, I lifted my hand slowly, feeling the whispers of my necromantic lineage surge through me. An unnatural crimson glow flickered in my eyes, an unsettling testament to the darkness within. The world felt suspended, and I relished the fragile breath of fear that surrounded the courtyard, a tension building as it gripped the hearts of all who bore witness to my transformation. At the edge of the crumbling arched doorway, a pair of frightened envoys hesitated, their faces pallid and lined with dread. They stepped forward and one stammered, "The Witch Queen now." Their words trembled in the oppressive silence that enveloped us, echoing the potent fear woven through the air like an invisible thread. They backed away slightly, their own inadequacies bubbling to the surface, a mingled blend of reverence and terror. I gazed upon them, feeling the weight of my family's expectations, the urge to quell the turmoil within by asserting my dominance. "You have come to speak," I said, my voice flowing like ice over fire, measured and devoid of warmth. "Speak plainly or leave with your truths unspoken." The air crackled with an electric charge, and I reveled in the dance of power that swept through me, a heady intoxication that beckoned with promises of control and authority. As the envoys shuffled their feet, I sensed their inner turmoil, the battle against their own fear as they dared to approach the precipice of uncertainty. One envoy met my gaze, and in that fleeting moment I glimpsed his terror, a reflection of my own. "We seek your guidance, your power. We fear what lies beyond our borders." His voice cracked, a wretched confession that hovered in the air like the scent of decay. Behind me, an unseen servant intoned, "All shall obey." The heavy iron chain I felt dragging across the stone floor echoed their words, the finality of their message hanging heavy in the air. The moments stretched into an abyss of silence, pregnant with expectation, urging them to submit to the depth of the abyss I commanded. "Do you understand what you ask?" I breathed, my tone softening just enough to hint at the complexity within me, a balance teetering on the edge of darkness and the fragile light of my own empathy. They bowed their heads, eyes lowered, yet I could feel the flicker of determination beneath their cowardice. And in that fleeting second, I made a choice. My power would not only demand obedience but carve a path toward a legacy shaped by my hand, the Witch Queen I was meant to become, dragging with me the weight of my past. So let it be known, let it echo through the ruins of Albrecht Manor and the hearts of the realm. The dead shall rise, and I will forge a new destiny, one that binds the living to the darkness and the promise of power. My throne shall reign, a beacon of both fear and resolve, unyielding amidst the shadows of despair. Chapter 17, The Last Light. As I navigated the cracked, unforgiving path, the weight of the dying trees hung heavy above us, their gnarled branches clutching at the choking fog. Every step sank into the mire, pulling at our resolve, as if the earth itself mourned the remnants of what had once thrived. I lifted my hand, trembling not from fear, but from the chill that had burrowed deep into my bones, urging the weary souls behind me to push forward into the unseen shadows. My cloak trailed beneath my boots, a whispering reminder of the druidic traditions that shaped my very essence. The air felt thick, the kind that pressed against your chest, stifling hope. I risked a glance back at the group. Their faces were a tapestry of anxiety, grim determination, and the remnants of shattered dreams. Each refugee carried a burden heavier than the last, marked not only by their physical wounds, but by invisible scars that no salve could soothe. They moved in single file, as though they believed the narrow path offered some semblance of safety, though I knew better. In front of me, a flicker of movement caught my eye. The Lightbringer had stopped, his attention drawn to a child stumbling with a torn arm, cradling it gingerly as if it were the last remnant of hope. His hands moved deftly, applying a makeshift bandage with a care that belied his rugged appearance. There was an intensity in his gaze, a flicker of light amidst the gathering gloom, and I marveled at the compassion that surged within him, a thread of warmth in the cold, merciless world we inhabited. "Stay close," I whispered, my voice a mere echo amidst the sullen murmurs of my companions. The bandage seemed to have brightened the child's face for a fleeting moment, yet the dull ache of despair shadowed quickly upon realization of our plight. I felt their anxiety weave through me like an electric charge, an unspoken pact among us as we skirted past stagnant pools of murky water, our boots squelching as they battled against the mud. Just ahead, through a gaping break in the twisted canopy, a distant glimmer danced like a wisp of forgotten hope. It caught the light in a way that was both captivating and unnerving, drawing the attention of weary eyes and igniting hushed conversations among the group. Was it salvation, or merely an illusion cast by our desperation? I could almost taste the collective uncertainty, bitter on my tongue. With my heart drumming against my ribcage, I pressed onward, acutely aware of the hushed whispers of the refugees merging into the ambiance of despair that cloaked us. Would they cling to this distant glimmer, or had the darkness already taken hold of their spirits? A gust of wind sent chills skittering down my spine, rustling the leaves like whispers of forgotten words, and I could not shake the sensation that unseen eyes were tracing our steps through the detritus of an abandoned realm. Yet I held my ground. We were alive, moving as shadows among shadows, united by fear and purpose. As I inhaled the damp, decaying scent of our surroundings, I felt the weight of their histories pressing upon me, stories entwined in survival, each heartbeat an echo of our tenacity. Still, the path loomed on, an inescapable march toward the unknown, beckoning us deeper into the jaws of this forsaken place. I glanced at Lightbringer as he joined me. A silent understanding passed between us, a kinship born from shared scars. And as I resumed our procession, I steeled myself for what lay beyond the horizon of that shimmering light, my heart trembling not only from the chill of uncertainty, but from the knowledge that darkness often conceals more than it reveals. As we rounded a bend near the charred remains of an ancient wall, a sense of foreboding enveloped us, thick as the smoke that still lingered in the air. The remnants of a once proud structure towered like the shattered dreams of its creators, a somber reminder of the fragility of power. My heart quickened. Danger lingered nearby, like an uninvited specter dancing on the edge of reason. Just then, our path revealed a clearing, a ruined courtyard now swarming with a lean band of survivors, their faces etched with exhaustion. At their helm stood Eric Ambra, the very embodiment of roguish charm and reckless abandon. He wore a smile that was both disarming and dangerous, like a wolf draped in sheep's clothing. His dark hair tousled effortlessly about his face, while keen green eyes surveyed our group with calculating precision, a shadow of playfulness hiding something darker. "This way if you want safety," he commanded, his voice gravelly yet smooth, as he pushed aside a collapsed stone slab that blocked a narrow exit. It felt like a baited hook cast into troubled waters, one that sought to draw us in, but I held my ground, crossing my arms in silent defiance. The survivors behind him fidgeted, their unease palpable as they shifted, glancing at the tree line from which we had just emerged. Lightbringer's brow furrowed at Eric's invitation, eyes narrowing with skepticism. I felt the tension between them crackle, unspoken animosities festering in the shadows of their shared past. There was a story here, a tale buried in unsaid words and reluctant glances that spun between us. How do we know this isn't a trap? Lightbringer challenged, his arm flexing protectively around his makeshift shield, ready for any confrontation. The raw determination in his stance sparked an ache of admiration within me. Eric merely smiled, tilting his head as if his flippancy shielded him from the weight of our plight. You don't. But your choices are limited. Either you trust me or fate sends you deeper into the void. His playful bravado was marred by the undercurrent of truth. A dangerous game of wits danced on the knife's edge between us. I felt my resolve waver, caught in the turmoil of choice while anger churned beneath my skin. Isolde clenched her jaw, the fine lines of tension etched deep within her features. A surge of protectiveness rippled through me for her, as I caught the flicker of uncertainty beneath her regal facade. The forest around us seemed to pulse with anticipation, as if the very shadows echoed her thoughts, urging caution, imploring us to hold fast against the rising storm. Our exchanges grew terse, a sharp rhythm threading through the air as we sought to assess the situation. Eric's survivors remained close, eyeing the ground with the weariness of hunted animals, while the echoes of clanging metal rumbled nearby, hinting at threats we had yet to see. We all knew that they were not alone in this desolate wasteland. Others lurked beyond, a reminder of the abyss clawing at our heels. The courtyard felt alive with tension, a playground for unspoken rivalries and fragile alliances. Each step toward Eric, toward potential safety, was underlined by distrust, a precarious dance we could not ignore. As I exchanged glances with the leaders, our shared burdens coalescing like tendrils of smoke in the fading light, I felt the ground shift beneath us. This was no ordinary choice. We were teetering on the edge of a precipice. And then the sound came, a deep, grinding roar that seemed to reverberate through the very marrow of my bones, causing every hair on my body to stand alert. The darkness behind us writhed, splintered branches snapping upward in chaos, and I understood then the severity of our precarious situation. As Eric's voice pierced the cacophony, commanding the remnants of courage in our group, I clenched my fists against the unknown that threatened to consume us. Fall back now, Eric shouted, drawing a battered sword from its scabbard, a fierce light igniting his green eyes. Lightbringer slammed his forearm against the shield, reinforcing the fragile barrier between our fragile lives and whatever horror lay waiting to breach our defenses. The air was thick with dread, echoing our panicked breaths as chaos erupted in a terrifying crescendo. As the ground trembled beneath us, a primal fear clutched at my throat like a vice, choking any lingering thoughts of hope. The air grew charged with an unnatural energy, igniting the senses and sharpening our perceptions. I turned just as the darkness writhed, rupturing the ground and spilling forth horrors from beyond the stars, a twisted symphony of chaos echoing in the yawning maw of night. The refugees screamed, their voices mingling with the sound of something deep and churning, an unnatural roar resonating through the earth. Tendrils of grotesque forms rose, writhing and undulating, drenched in shadows so dense they seemed to swallow the very light. Eyes, too many to count, peered out from the obsidian masses, reflecting both malice and insatiable hunger. I felt the bile rise in my throat as dread settled into my bones, each heartbeat pounding like a war drum against my chest. "Hold the line," I shouted, my voice a desperate invocation, and I hurried to gather fallen timber, my hands trembling as they gripped the remnants of what once stood strong. Fear gnawed at my resolve, yet I couldn't allow it to extinguish the flickering flame of determination that urged me onward. Isolde moved beside me, her steady gaze fixed on the impending storm as she took charge, echoing the rallying cry that we would not bend to despair. Together we worked to form a barrier, her flowing red hair billowing behind her like flames, vibrant against the encroaching shadows. Lightbringer urged the refugees back, his forearms steady against his shield, braced against the onslaught that threatened our very existence. He fought valiantly, shouting instructions and keeping the gathering panic at bay, yet I saw the tension flicker in his eyes, an understanding of what might lay ahead, one that cast shadows even deeper than those creeping upon us. Eric stood at the forefront of the chaos, sword raised and alive with purpose. His grin had vanished, replaced with a fierce resolve that ignited a spark of hope amidst the darkness. He coordinated the scattering group, guiding them towards safety even as monstrous forms descended upon us, their otherworldly growls echoing the promise of despair. The battlefield erupted into chaos. The sound of shattered stone echoed as refugees stumbled over the debris, desperate to evade the nightmares that approached. My heart raced in tandem with the panic as I fought back against the encroaching shadows, each clash of metal ringing loud against the deafening chaos surrounding us. Yet even amid the fray, a moment of vulnerability hit me, striking deep into the well of my past. Memories danced in and out, echoes of laughter and whispers that became nightmares in this living hell. Had I always been so tied to this dread? Would my loyalty be enough to protect those I cared for? I cast a glance toward Eric, caught in the torrent of battle, and felt the raw weight of uncertainty creeping up my spine like a chill. Push them back. Isolde's voice cut through my reverie, steely and fierce. I locked eyes with her, a shared understanding coursing through us. Here we stood against the horrors that sought to devour not only our lives, but our very souls. As the chaos spiraled, we met the onslaught with unwavering defiance. Each swing of our weapons brought us closer to an unthinkable fate, yet our determination thrived on the brink of despair. As monsters surged, shattering our hopes like glass, I grasped onto the threads of camaraderie binding us, our last desperate struggle for survival amid the horror. The air grew thick with desperation, a surge of swirling energy propelling the cosmic horrors forward, and I found myself at the heart of it all, a player in a cruel game where the stakes held our very lives in balance. The shadows were no longer merely shades, but whispers of our impending doom, clinging tighter as I called out, fighting against the overwhelming tide of fear. And as we braced for impact, the world around me faded, collapsing into the chaos of fates unknown. Time seemed to stretch, bending under the weight of the nightmare that approached. With a breath stilled against the tumultuous thrum of reality, I prepared to face whatever would break upon us next, our collective will a final stand against the suffocating dark. Chapter 18: The Crimson Throne. The weight of my heritage pressed down upon me as I sank into the carved ebony throne, its cold, unyielding embrace echoing the heart of Albrecht Manor. Shadows wove intricate tapestries across the stone walls, flickering in time with the dim candlelight that barely pierced the oppressive gloom of the chamber. My fingers drummed rhythmically against the weathered armrest, each beat a reminder of the burdens I bore, memories I could not escape, and the echo of a voice I longed to hear. The chamber was a graveyard of splintered relics and shadows, remnants of a life once vibrant now twisted in decay. Faded portraits loomed above, their subjects forever trapped in a miasma of elegance and melancholy, and the faint whispers of their lives clung to the air like the lingering scent of dried roses. Each pulse of candlelight breathed new life into the ruins, but it was a life suffused with sorrow, with the remnants of dreams laid to rest in the darkened corners. I closed my eyes, drawing in a breath heavy with the scent of old stone and wax, and wondered if perhaps this time the echoes would be kinder. Instead, the chill that danced across my skin warned me of what was to come. In the far alcove, the air shimmered as if caught in a dark dream, a spectral figure moving silently from its shadows, unmistakable in its pale shifting contours. The graceful tilt of a familiar chin cut through the silence, and my heart stuttered against its cage as the tattered gown swished softly, a haunting echo of the past. "Mother," I murmured, my voice a thread woven between fear and longing, "why do you come?" The question floated into the stillness, trembling on the edges of dread. Her head tilted slowly, an almost imperceptible motion that sent ripples through the darkened air. The translucent hand she extended toward me revealed the scars etched into my own skin, markings of a legacy I was desperate to understand, yet terrified to embrace. The silence swelled, an uncomfortable weight heavy with unspoken truths, as I searched her visage for an answer that remained just out of reach. And then, in that moment, the Crimson Grimoire, a tome of forgotten and forbidden knowledge, stirred upon its pedestal nearby. Its pulse quickened, the ancient pages tremoring with a life of their own, casting flickers of red light that danced across the cold stone floor, illuminating the stark contrast of the living and the dead. The warmth of my mother's presence mingled with the shadows, dark and dreadful, and I felt the fragile line between yearning and revulsion blur into an aching indifference. What had I become? I had turned the weight of family tradition into a shroud, clinging to a dark legacy and seeking solace in its decay. The spectral vision of my mother flickered closer, shadows writhing around her as though they wished to devour her entire essence, leaving only whispers behind. I was haunted, not just by her apparition, but by the very fabric of my being woven into this grim tapestry of loss and power. Time lost its meaning, held captive in the vastness of that moment, yet I felt every second stretch and bend under the pressure of her gaze. I had grown weary of seeking solace among memories. I wanted understanding. And as I watched my mother's face, a twisted mimicry of affection and warning, I yearned to grasp the meaning behind the light that flickered at the edges of her form. The whispering shadows tightened around us, urging me to draw closer. I felt the relentless pull of her gaze, imbued with a desire that straddled both compassion and despair. My heart raced, a stark reminder that I stood at the threshold of something monstrous, teetering on the brink between light and shadow. Yet her presence weighed heavily, like the grave itself, and the silence stretched until it felt as if the very air had turned to stone. In that stillness the world outside faded, leaving only us, the specter of a mother and the girl tethered to the brink of darkness. The chamber sighed with the weight of silence when the door creaked open, breaking the spell that had bound me to my mother's shade. The air shifted like the swell of an unseen tide, and from that threshold emerged Master Lucian Verhoeven, a figure draped in shadows as he crossed the flagstone floor with an unsettling grace. The subtle click of his polished boots echoed in the quiet, a heartbeat in the throbbing silence of the room. His tall frame commanded attention, the tailored dark coat sweeping behind him as if drawn by some dark magnetism. I felt a visceral thrill run through me, both alluring and menacing, an electric current of chaos intermingling with the remnants of my mother's presence. His piercing gray eyes surveyed the chamber with unsettling scrutiny, searching for something that lingered just beyond perception. The atmosphere thickened around us as he stepped closer to my throne, his gloved hand reaching into the pocket of his coat. As he drew forth a small silver pendant that gleamed under the sporadic torchlight, I couldn't help but wonder if it was an amulet of protection or a cursed relic of his own design. He offered it, yet it felt as though he was bestowing a warning rather than a token. "Anya," he intoned, his voice smooth as silk yet chilling, "your power beckons a fate beyond mortal ken." Each word rolled off his tongue with measured precision, revealing layers of intent and meaning. As he spoke, I noticed the delicate play of light, against the distinctive signet ring that adorned his right hand, its archaic symbols gleaming ominously with each subtle gesture. There was a tension between us, an unvoiced recognition of our shared history with the dark arts that tethered my heart to the very air of this chamber. But with Lucian, that connection felt amplified, a darkness looming at the edges of my vision, threatening to consume what little light I had left. I stood between two worlds, one drenched in shadow, the other cast in the pallid glow of fading memories. He paused at the threshold, surveying the interplay of energies, the lingering essence of my mother's shade, and the pulsing heartbeat of the grimoire. An invisible force thrummed around us, charged with arcane potential, and I felt the gravitational pull of my fate wrapping tighter around my chest. In that electrifying moment, I was reminded of my vulnerability, drawn into the web of his design. Lucian's expression remained inscrutable, though the depths of his gray gaze spoke of centuries of secrets buried beneath layers of cunning facade. I couldn't help but feel both admiration and trepidation at the thought of his power, a gift possessed by one whose loyalty lay buried deep in shadows. My heart quickened as I considered his intentions. Was he here to assist, or to weave me into his intricate game of manipulation? The ghostly remnants of my mother whispered into the silence between us, compelling me to tread carefully in this precarious dance of destinies. "The path you stand upon is one of choices," he continued, voice low and compelling. "Accept the cosmic truth or perish in your defiance." His words struck with the force of a thunderclap, echoing through the chamber, creating fissures in the static calm, a reminder of the darker realms that awaited any who would dare to resist. I trembled, caught in a dance between intrigue and fear. Lucian stood as a gatekeeper to something monstrous, and I was the willing puppet drawn to its strings. The tension escalated, a quiet storm brewing in the chamber, the very air shifting with the gravity of our exchange. As he stood there, seemingly unaffected, I was painfully aware of my own wavering resolve. The choice hung before me like a blade poised to fall, daring me to embrace my fate. In that charged atmosphere, a silent battle began, the shade of my mother haunting my thoughts, while Lucian's poised words seeped into my consciousness like the slow creeping tendrils of dusk. I rose from the ebony throne slowly, feeling the weight of both my embroidered gown and my tangled fate trailing behind me, brushing against the scattered bones and ancient relics that littered the chamber floor like memories too precious to discard. Each step was deliberate, an echo of a silent resolve, pressing against the fragile barrier between light and dark. The hem of my gown floated, gliding over the remnants of those who had come before me, their stories intertwining with my own in the gloom of Albrecht Manor. The very air thickened as I reached for the Crimson Grimoire, its open pages glimmering like dark secrets caught between worlds. I felt its pull, an energy reverberating against my fingertips, enticing me with promises of power and knowledge. My heart raced as the room quaked with the latent magic it harbored, trembling under the weight of decisions unmade. It was both invitation and warning, an echo of my mother's whispers tangled in the fabric of fate. Lucian's form hovered at the periphery, a looming specter of calculating intent. He slowly extended his arm palm up, as if offering an unholy contract, each gesture measured with hypnotic precision. I felt the tempest within me swell as I met his gaze, grappling with the gravity of his proposition, the consequence of choosing between allegiance to a dark heritage and the fight to claim my own destiny. "Accept the cosmic truth or perish in your defiance," he had said, his words coiling around me like a serpent, squeezing tighter with every beat of my heart. The world began to blur, the weight of expectation pulling at my core, a reminder of my mother's haunting presence, the one who had shaped me in her image, yet stood in opposition to my very desires. In a fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of her face, serene yet burdened with grief, shimmering at the edges of my consciousness. What would she choose? Could her spirit guide me toward the light? Or had I already surrendered too deeply into the abyss, too steeped in shadows to reclaim the fragments of hope? With each thought, the grimoire pulsed, resonating with unyielding force, as though it sensed the conflict raging within me. As I stood there, time stretched, fractured between now and what had been. The fabric of existence around me shimmered, alive with possibility and danger. I understood that any choice I made was irreversible, a step across an invisible threshold that could seal my fate. Suddenly, a drop of dark liquid splattered onto the cold floor, jarring me from my reverie. It marked the threshold of an irrevocable choice, a vivid contrast against the stark stone. I looked down, captivated and horrified. In that moment, I recognized the reality of my power, a shadow that could either illuminate the truth or shroud it deeper in darkness. I took a shaky breath, heart thundering within my chest, as I stood at the precipice of a decision that could alter the course of my existence forever. The forces of the past weighed heavily against my back, an inheritance steeped in darkness, while the grimoire lay waiting, an unending cycle of knowledge and oblivion. Between my mother's specter and Lucien's calculating gaze, I was but a thread woven through an ancient tapestry of fate, both cursed and blessed. And as the shadows deepened around us, I felt the threads of my life unravel and intertwine, a path emerging from the darkness, a path that I had the power to forge, if only I dared to claim it. Chapter 19, The Final Gambit. A churning tide of armed men and elemental mages rushed through the manor's shattered gates, metal clattering and boots trampling the dying breaths of Albrecht resistance. My lord's words cut the cold air like frost-bitten knives. Press forward, take no prisoners. We hunched behind stone walls, shuddering at the distant cries of falling men, then pushed on as Cedric's magic wielders summoned waves of flame and tendrils of lightning to crack the bones of a dying house. He stood above us all, unwavering amid the fractured stone and slaughter, until at last the walls of Albrecht began to split, their crumbling bastions an echo of the cries inside. Soldiers ran before us, arrows spilling from their quivers like blood from an open wound. We cared not for their aim. My lord was untouchable, our assault inevitable, the house von Albrecht doomed to silence and ash. Cedric strode with measured precision, casting commands with all the care of a conductor at symphony's end. We swarmed the battlements, pressing through smoke and shrieks, while behind us the ramparts fell beneath infernal currents of air and flame. "Leave nothing standing," Cedric demanded. His voice, like the thunder and fury that followed, was unyielding. Each bolt of lightning that poured from the heavens struck in perfect, dreadful harmony. Each step that crushed Albrecht men into dust resounded with terrible purpose. 1,000 notes on death's final score. I fell in line, a mere thread in Cedric's grand tapestry of ruin. We drew ever closer, tightening the noose around the manor's throat, pushing through the embers of its wasted defenses. The house had held its proud breath far too long. My lord would see it exhaled in full. He walked with steady arrogance, a harbinger of destruction wrapped in fine cloth and ice. His eyes pierced through the storm of arrows and anger with cold disinterest. A moving statue carved of power, seething not with rage but with fate. Beside him, I was little more than a pawn. Even so, I took pride in my place. "Take no prisoners," Cedric said, once more and always. His will was a contagion that swept through us, relentless and consuming, leaving no trace of pity or restraint. The men cried out with fresh resolve and poured into the belly of the manor, slicing through those who dared remain. We let them see what Cedric would bring upon their house, a glimpse of ruin wrapped in blood and terror. And still they fought with dying hands, clutching at what they could not keep. I held fast to my Lord's promise. No mercy. No surrender. We would sweep Albrecht from the earth, and lay its ruins at Cedric's feet. The skies were thick with smoke and magic, anointed with the splintered cries of their proud and faltering line. We pressed on through flame and frost and broken men. I lost count of all who fell, for we moved as one unthinking creature, its 100 limbs flailing and unerring in their purpose. I had no fear of Cedric's might. Even as the walls came down around us, I held close to his unwavering presence. Where others saw cold disdain, I saw resolve. Where others cowered, I ran, because Cedric would have it so. The outer defenses crumbled like dry leaves beneath a rain of fire. There was no need to scale the walls, my Lord brought them to us. He cut them down as though their once proud stone had always been a plaything, merely waiting for his touch. Inside the sprawling grounds, we did not pause, did not breathe, did not think. I found strength in Cedric's determination, and rode the unceasing tide of violence deeper into the heart of House von Albrecht. We pushed and pressed and never faltered. A final set of doors lay ahead, thick and splintering, held by hope alone. At my Lord's command, we brought them down with a single crashing stroke. My breath curled into the chill air, and scattered among the ruins. The courtyard, once proud, lay silent and open to the skies, its grounds overrun with creeping vines and scarred earth. Isolde stood near the jagged altar, the failing light lending an ancient cast to her eyes and hair. "We break the curse tonight," said the Lightbringer, his voice like distant thunder. A stain of crimson shone on the relic he placed, and we bent to our work, my fingers tracing the symbols of our only hope. The altar seemed a fragment of the manor's former glory, marooned in the ravages of the past weeks. Isolde and I sat on the frozen ground, surrounded by the breathless remains of Cedric's assault, and made our marks on the dirt. A steady, patient hand drew lines of defiance against the fear that pressed upon us. She was unshaken, though I knew the stakes. My trust wavered between their strength and my own house's fractured legacy, a line even the finest runes could not keep. The Lightbringer was on us like a whisper in the growing dark. His presence brought with it the scent of burnt wood and ritual ash, and in it I caught the memory of my own hall set alight. He looked to me, not Isolde, when he spoke. "It ends tonight," he said, then offered a conspirator's smile. I let it go unanswered. If he meant to inspire confidence, he would find my spirit like a wind-tossed flame. The weight of the relic, stained with too familiar blood, landed on the altar. It had passed through many hands. I prayed that mine would be the last. We chanted, our voices traveling like mist, binding to each breath a promise and a lie. The symbols in the dirt began to take on a faint glow, but there was nothing of warmth or comfort in them. The air felt colder than before, and the letters we shaped from dust and hope seemed to scatter at my touch. A quiet intensity filled the space between us, thick and tangible, and I felt my resolve slipping from its grasp. The odds were steep. The consequences were steeped in something darker still. "Are you certain?" I asked them. It was both a plea and a demand. Isolde placed her hand on mine and nodded. The Lightbringer only smiled. If I had been sure, there would have been no need for doubt. If I had been true, I would not need their help. The same silence filled the spaces between our thoughts. It mocked me with reminders of what my family once was and would never be again. Yet here I remained, a daughter of my line, staking everything on whispers and unkept promises. I put faith in their strength because my own was spent, because I had no choice, because Cedric left me none. The chanting quickened. We bent over the symbols, pressing hope and hesitation into their lines. The orbs of light, eerily bright, became streaked with red. They hung like drops of blood, trailing into the dirt where they dissolved without trace. I saw uncertainty in the relic's dull reflection, a blurred and wavering image that gave lie to the composure of my face. The heavy chill and silence closed in, settling with grim finality. Still we held to the words that would remake the fate my mother's line had sealed for itself. I would not betray this time. If they saw my hesitance, neither Isolde nor the Lightbringer let it show. The price will be high, he had said earlier, when the thought of Cedric's curse was still fresh, and the need to fight it still urgent. Are you prepared to pay? He said nothing of the outcome, though I suspected he knew it all too well. The light dimmed. Our breath hung like frost. We pressed forward with the cadence of inevitability, and the final hour loomed closer. The dark pulsed like a second heart, keeping uneven time with my own. Heavy silence saturated the dim throne room, leaving only the flickering voices of dead souls and the vibrating promise in Lucien's recorded words. Your destiny is power, Anya, embrace it. He knew how to wound. I watched the Crimson Grimoire for an answer, but found none. The door opened with slow urgency, and I saw her eyes fixed upon me even before her mouth formed the words, choose now before all is lost. Outside, Cedric's assault glowed like distant stars through the shattered windows, and the weight of Serafina's demands bore down as I reached for my only chance. The chamber seemed as still and fragile as a discarded shell, the fight all but driven from it. I felt the unspoken question hovering like a ghost's breath. Had the curse been broken? No sign. No proof. Nothing but silence, pressing down until it took a shape and substance of its own. I tried to fill the emptiness with motion, pacing across the floor while spectral voices murmured like brittle leaves in a dead wind. Even in my haste, I was uncomfortably aware of the inevitable, deliberate passing of time. The cold metal of the device hummed like a restless heartbeat in my palm. I hated Lucien for being right, hated myself for believing he might be. But I played the message again, needing its measured certainty to hold me together. Your destiny is power, it said. My mother had told me the same, with a different voice. Do not let the others decide it for you. Lucien knew how to wound and how to salve. It was his gift. One of many. Each beat of silence felt longer than the last. The grimoire's pulse matched my own uneven thoughts. I watched it with increasing desperation, as if the blood-etched symbols on its spine could provide direction, a map through the fog of memory and consequence. Its power called, but like Lucien's words, it did not say how I should answer. The door creaked open, a gaping reminder of the night's unfinished work. She walked with intention, her eyes already on me before the latch clicked free. Choose now, she said, and it sounded more like a command than a plea. I was never good with either. She waited for my answer, her silence more cutting than anything Lucien or the Lightbringer had to offer. We've done what we can, I said, feeling the cracks in my voice. I wanted it to sound certain. I wanted it to be true. Serafina held my gaze. Then do more, she replied. Her words pierced with terrible precision, more than I could say for the arrows that had fallen so harmlessly at Cedric's feet. If I knew where the path was leading, the outcome was not the one I wanted. The night, the battle, the ritual, I let them fill the gaps in my resolve until only fragile defiance remained. My indecision must have shown because she stepped closer, close enough to know my mind even when I did not. You must commit, she said. There is no room for doubt. Outside, a flash of lightning briefly held the room in its glow. It threw her shadow across the stone, and left me to consider what she did not say. I took a breath and broke the silence, more fragile than I cared to admit. "How far has Cedric come?" I asked. It was both an evasion and a surrender. Serafina turned to the shattered windows, the destruction framed against her steady form. She remained poised and silent, waiting for me to take it all in. Another flash. Another moment of despair, carved into the outlines of the advancing force. "Not far enough," she said, though the implication lingered like a pall. We stood amid the wreckage of Albrecht's once great hall, neither willing to speak the final truth aloud. Cedric's path seemed carved in certainty, a fault line that no magic or force of will could hope to mend. My own lines were blurred and twisting, without compass or conclusion. The great crack in the floor ran like blood between us, leading my eyes to the only option left to me. The sigil. The grimoire. My decision, written in lines that would not break so easily. The door hung open, an unwelcome witness to what I had yet to do. Cedric's power loomed. So did Lucien's promise. The Lightbringer, Isolde, my own doubts, they all weighed upon my chest, an ever-present reminder that I would not escape them, whatever the choice. I reached toward the final hope, my fingers casting a wavering shadow. The chamber's silence shattered as the past caught up to us, demanding its due. Chapter 20 Epilogue, Seeds of Darkness. Stepping through the shattered archway of Albrecht Manor, we waded through splintered stone and remnants of what once was. Shadows whispering tales of glory turned to decay. The air hung thick with silence, punctuated only by the crunch beneath our boots, each footfall a tribute to the hollow echoes of our past. Deep gouges carved into weathered walls spoke of long-forgotten sorrows, and I felt the weight of history pressing against my chest, a visceral reminder of our frailty. Serafina stood at the threshold, her leather gauntlets creaking as she adjusted them with deft fingers. She leaned in close, examining the scars in the stone as if they held the secrets of the manor's fall. "What force could have wrought such destruction?" she mused, her voice barely rising above a whisper, tinged with both curiosity and dread. I could see her grappling with the remnants of our heritage, the splendor now only a flickering memory, against the backdrop of ruin. Meanwhile, Lord Cedric knelt in the muddy courtyard, tracing the fresh scars that marred the once polished surface. The intensity of his gloved hand spoke to the burning ambition that thrummed beneath his cold exterior. "These marks reveal the struggle," he said, each word laced with a fierce authority. His eyes held an unsettling gleam, as if he sought to comprehend not just the physical ruin around us, but the deeper implications of our shattered alliances. Beneath his calculating facade, I felt the hum of a darker intent, as if the very ground beneath us awaited his command. Eric lingered by a shattered stained glass window, the fragmented colors pooling on the ground like spilled ink. He murmured, "This ruin speaks of our loss," and his tone blended melancholy with a quiet acceptance that unsettled me. How easily he wielded his charm, how deftly he maneuvered through the despair that lingered in the air. There was a hint of the past's vitality in his reflection, a suggestion of the laughter and life that had once flourished here, now replaced by a thick blanket of shadows. One survivor, silent and stoic, held a tattered banner in his hands, its once vibrant colors now faded and worn. This remnant of hope contrasted sharply with the stark reality we faced, like a lone star flickering against the backdrop of a bruised sky. I wondered if he too felt the tug of nostalgia, or if he simply accepted this as the fate of our lineage, a lesson carved in blood and loss. Our movements were slow and deliberate, each footfall sending tremors through the silence, and the weight of our shared history bore heavily on my shoulders. The scrape of armor, the soft sigh of despair echoing within the hollow halls, all conspired to create a symphony of sorrow that reverberated around us. In those moments, time felt suspended, a taut string stretched to its limit, ready to snap. As we progressed through the remnants of what once held our ancestors, I sensed a shared understanding coalescing amongst us. An unspoken acknowledgement of the tragedy that had befallen Albrecht Manor. A reckoning not just for the structure, but for the ideals we held sacred. The realization hung heavily in the air. We stood not just as survivors, but as heirs to a legacy drenched in blood, bound by both fate and sin. With each step we took, a creeping dread coiled around my heart. The manor's walls whispered secrets of betrayal and ambition, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we had wandered into a realm where the past did not rest easily. As the last light of day began to filter through the broken windows, we moved deeper into the maw of despair, steeling ourselves for the trials that awaited us. The ruined council chamber had become our makeshift refuge, its cracked walls and cold floor reminding us that hope was as fragile as the flickering candlelight illuminating our path forward. Seated at the rough-hewn table of broken marble, we huddled close, each of us cloaked in an unshakable resolve tinged with fear, grappling with the heavy weight of destiny that loomed over our gathering. The air was heavy with unspoken words, a suffocating shroud that seemed to amplify the echoes of our shared history. Lady Elspeth sat in a creaking wooden chair, her presence commanding yet vulnerable. She passed a scarred hand over the map spread before us, ink and charcoal lines merging into a chaotic semblance of our fractured kingdom. Her penetrating gaze shifted from one of us to another, revealing the fierce maternal concern she harbored for our future, especially for Anya, who remained forever caught in the crossfire of tradition and her own burgeoning identity. Cedric's finger jabbed sharply at the smears of crimson marring the stone floor, the grim reminders of violence and betrayal that punctuated our discussions. These marks testify to the reality of our situation, he asserted, his voice steady as he surveyed the desolation around us. The pointed authority behind his words carried a certain gravity that demanded attention, though I noted the way his eyes flicked toward Serafina, as if gauging her reaction, calculating his next move like a chess player who could see the endgame before the pieces were in place. Every mark proves the war has left more than just dust, Eric interjected, his tone laced with charm that barely masked the weight of despair clinging to us all. The way he spoke drew attention into the room, both a light-hearted quip and a reminder of the solemn truth we all felt but rarely articulated. I watched as his mischievous smile faded into a ghost of seriousness, the undercurrent of desperation ebbing through the cracks of our banter. A murmur rippled across the table, and eyes turned toward the crimson stains, whispers dancing about the significance of what they meant for our future. Fear crept into our conversations, threading through the tales we shared of our ancestors and the ghosts of those lost, each story a reminder of what was at stake. Tension began to twist our words into sharp barbs as old grudges surfaced like long dormant weeds in a neglected garden, threatening to choke our resolve. As the air thickened with our collective worries, a cold gust rattled the cracked windows, causing the solitary candle on the table to flicker nervously. In that moment, it felt as though the very spirit of the manor stood witness to our desperation, reminding us that outside these walls lay the encroaching darkness. Each tremble of the flame resonated deep within me, a reflection of my own uncertainty and the fragility of our alliance. Answers lie within the darkened halls of our past, Lady Elspeth finally spoke, her tone both stern and nurturing, capturing our collective attention as she refocused our fragmented energies. We must search for them, lest we be consumed by the very darkness that seeks to find us again. Her words settled over us, binding our intentions into an unspoken pact, as a tremor of unity flickered through our disparate spirits. As I caught Eric's eye across the table, I felt a shared understanding that rippled silently between us. We were on the precipice of a reckoning, and within that tension lay both fear and hope. It felt as though the candle sensed the weight of our decision, its flame steadier now, resolute against the uncertainty of the night beyond our fractured walls. We might have been battered, bruised, but in that moment I realized we were also bound together by the legacy of our houses, a lineage steeped in sorrow, yes, but also in resilience. With a collective inhalation, we leaned into the weight of our vow, casting aside the ghosts that lingered in the shadows, daring to step into the unfathomable darkness in search of answers. The flickering candle illuminated our resolve, as we prepared to confront whatever haunted the remnants of our legacy, whether it be flesh or memory, blood or spirit. The narrow corridor stretched out before us like a vein of shadows, dimly lit by the flickering torch that danced along the walls, casting ephemeral shapes that leapt and twisted in an unsettling mockery of life. Each step we took echoed through the stillness, amplified by the uncertainty that hung thick in the air, a charged silence that whispered of secrets yet to be unearthed. I felt the chill crawl down my spine as we crept deeper, the old stones beneath our feet almost alive, pulsating with the memories of what had transpired within these walls. We moved cautiously, the dim light casting elongated shadows that swayed alongside us like specters emerging from the ether. Every scrape of armor, every muffled breath intensified the atmosphere, pressing down on my chest like the weight of a hidden truth yearning to be revealed. I glanced at my companions, their faces mirrored my own tension, eyes flitting nervously to the faded murals lining the walls, art that had long since lost its brilliance, now merely ghostly remnants of glory fading into oblivion. As we approached the far end of the corridor, a door caught my attention, slightly ajar, beckoning us closer. An unshakable feeling settled in my gut. It was as if the door itself held its breath, waiting. "This doesn't feel right," one of the others murmured, breaking the silence, yet something inside compelled me to draw nearer. It was an instinct that pulled at my curiosity, stirring a mixture of apprehension and intrigue. In the pale glow, I discerned a figure lurking just beyond the threshold, draped in a tattered cloak. Its silhouette stood rigid against the pale pulse of uneven, reddish light that spilled from within. The appearance of such a being, obscured and silent, turned my heart into a frenzied drum, each beat echoing a primal warning. What could it want? I pondered, my mind racing as I struggled to temper my racing thoughts with logic. Should we call out? Someone whispered, glancing at me with wide, frightened eyes. Their voice wavered, mirroring the tension I felt knotting in my chest. Each of us weighed our options, caught between the safety of retreat and the allure of confronting the unknown. "We cannot afford to show weakness," Cedric finally commanded, breaking the hush, his voice a low, almost predatory growl, though the tremor in his words betrayed the tension within him. Just then, a muffled voice drifted out from the darkened chamber beyond the door, slicing through the air with the sharpness of an unsheathed blade. "Is anyone there?" it called, laced with desperation and fear. An indecisive silence enveloped us as we collectively held our breaths, straining to comprehend the nature of the voice, friend or foe, ally or harbinger of more doom. As I took a cautious step closer, my heart pounded in my ears. I was acutely aware of the other's trepidation swirling around us, the pressure building in a delicate tension that felt electric. Then, as if obeying an unspoken command, the door creaked open wider. The sound was visceral and deep, echoing through the corridor, feeding the anticipation that coiled around us like a serpent poised to strike. In that moment, the threshold between safety and peril stretched, rendering all sense of direction moot. The door slowly peeled back to reveal the darkened interior, and with it, The shadowy figure turned to face us, the pulse of light illuminating its gaunt features for the briefest heartbeat. A moment stretched on, brittle and taut, before it cut away to black, swallowing us whole in the uncertainty of the unknown.